Alrighty. There it is. Hello there, Benutzer Paul. You will be starting shortly. Just need to do one more thing and then we're ready. Okay, let's switch back to the big boy camera, and okay, that's always great to see. It's that it's not working. I'm really excited. Well, let's see if the stuff is gonna work. I think we're gonna be fine. Ah, there it is. Good. Alrighty, hello there. Shadow player. Yeah, shadow player. There you go. Yeah, it's gonna be custom block models, and then we're gonna see mainly the voxel shape is the thing that I really want to discuss, because that's the thing where people most of the time just, I don't know, I try to explain, well, you don't have to match the block perfectly, but usually they still just export it from Blockbench, and that's actually not really what you're supposed to do or what you should do. But yeah, we're gonna go through that. It should be, yeah, sort of like that, and then we're gonna see if there's how fast we're with this. I'm not sure, but that's very like agile with this. So let's see. I'm gonna switch to the right screen here. A little bit of a different setup this time, with a little less obstruction of the screen. Last time I thought that it was a little bit too much, but there you go. I think we can just like literally jump into it. So we're gonna make a custom block model first. So this means we're in Blockbench here. Overall, I think Blockbench is a fine program to do this. However, you know, oh, there you go. Pharaoh, currently in campus, just saw your notification, came to say hi. And I go now, have a great stream. Well, thank you very much, Pharaoh. The VOD will of course be available, so no worries there. You can always take a look at that. But yeah. Alrighty. Okay, so that's pretty good. Now let's the thing we're gonna do, we can of course make a generic model. There's also Bedrock models, which I find very interesting. But we want to make a Java block or item model. And overall, the entire thing here, we can just name this. I mean, at this point, let's just name it test. You know, we're just going to test out a few things. And, you know, whether or not you have used Blockbench, it's fairly straightforward. We're just going to do like the tiniest introduction here. So I can move this around with holding right click and then moving the mouse. I can zoom in and out. I can turn the camera around by holding left mouse button and then, you know, moving about the camera. And here in the outliner, this is really the main thing. I can add some cubes. And you can see this is already a 16 by 16. And it, in theory, also goes up 16. So this is already an entire block, which basically has the 16 by 16 by 16 size in terms of the texture. And we could basically, you know, add individual blocks here. So what we're going to do is, if I pull on these arrows, I can basically move this about. And then there are some things I can do. So up here, I have resize, rotate, pivot, and vertex snap. If I, for example, put in resize mode, then I can make this a little bit bigger. There you go, something like that. And I can then switch back, you know, with the V, S, R, E keys. And then we can just move this about a little bit. We can also see the, oh no, we can't see that. Wait a second. Let me do the following. Let me go down here because currently we're not doing anything with the textures just yet. So up there here, we can actually see the actual stuff from the element itself. So we can see its position. We can see the size. So currently the size is 7.7. So we can, for example, it says, you know, 8.8 is actually what I want. So there's always the X value would be in this direction. You can see. And the Y would be up. Y is always going up. And then the Z is basically sort of in the blue direction there. Now let's just build, you know, something. This below it, yeah. Oh yeah, I put it on -1. That's not what I wanted. So let's do something like this, and then we can duplicate this also by just pressing Control D, and then we duplicate a brick here. And I'm just gonna, you know, make something fairly straightforward. Like, I'm not gonna go crazy with this, because it's just about to show, well, how does that work? How we're gonna do stuff. And yeah, so also the textures are also gonna be not like too great or too crazy with this. Let's make this a little bit smaller so that it's sort of like a platform going up, you know, sort of like almost a pillar, so to speak. And then let's see how big this actually is. So this is currently 6, so this is 8 blocks up, or 8 pixels up, voxels you could also say. And make this a little bit taller maybe. And then let's duplicate this again. And also see that, you know, yeah, you get some outlines here, so you know where this particular cube ends and where it starts. Let's make like we're gonna make like sort of an altar or something like that, just so that we have something that is, you know, fairly complicated. And then we're also gonna make it so that it's not rotatable like by 90 degrees, so it's not symmetrical. That's what I was thinking about, because that's sometimes where people get a little bit, I don't know, like might lead to some issues there. But yeah, so my modeling skills once again show it's not that great, but it is enough, like I always say. So, you know, this could be many things actually. You know, it could also be like a bird bath or something like that. But we do have a pretty good one, like a model that works. And then let's do something like a... No, this is fine. And then let's add one more thing right here so that we actually can see the difference on the sides. Because this is 4x4, we have to make this 2x2. That's fine. Exactly, something like that. And there you go. So now we have it's not symmetrical, but that's sort of the point, because I wanted to basically show that you have to rotate the actual structure to get the voxel shapes. And then I'm going to say that in this case, we can actually make a way more simpler voxel shape. This is not necessary in this case, but if you start to add stuff like rotations in there, then it's going to be better if you have that. So for example, if I wanted to rotate this, you can see this, you know, sort of like, yeah, you can actually see this is the pivot here. And if I were to rotate this, you can see that the rotations goes around the pivot. So now it's rotating around this actual point in space. So you actually have to center the pivot by pressing this guy here, and then it centers it inside of the block. And then you're actually rotating the actual block here, as you can see. And that's also something that's kind of important. And if we now then, so if you have this, if you have a model that sort of looks like this, you could actually take the entire voxel shape, export it from Blockbench. Totally fine, not an issue. However, if you then, you know, add stuff like crazy rotations here, something like that. Wait, no, something like, oh, yeah, that of course doesn't work. Yeah, okay, sure. We're gonna go back here this way, and then we're gonna do, I think we can do something like this, and then something like this. So because Minecraft is a game made out of blocks, to calculate the actual voxel shape of this would be fairly like intensive in terms of calculations. And this is why usually you don't have to match like perfectly the entire thing there. But yeah. Okay, let me quickly... Alrighty, so then overall this is, well, the shape. We can now add textures to it. Let me do the following. Let me get out of the way again. And then what we can do is we can basically add textures here. So we can either import textures, also works, or we could create textures. So I'm just going to create some, you know, color textures. That's going to be fine. So this is going to be red, which is going to be, you know, sort of a red color. We're going to say yes, please. No valid cubes. Oh, I actually have to... That's kind of weird. Texture. Oh, interesting. Okay, you actually have to select a cube there. Like, sometimes Blockbench is a little bit weird. But there you go, I guess. Red, and then we're gonna add like sort of a brown, maybe. Brown. And sure, that's gonna be fine. So this is actually not what I want. We can change the textures here. I can basically drag the red in here, and then as you can see, you actually have to specify that on every face. When you have a cube selected, you can basically select the different faces right here. So I could, for example, say, well, I actually want all of this red. Just as an example, the texture is going to look absolutely hideous, but that's okay. That's not what we're here for at the moment. So there, then this entire block is red, and I could also, I believe, just drop it in here, but then you see that only the actual face gets painted. So I do have to go around this. I think that you can probably, I can also say apply to all faces, so I can say this, apply to all faces, and then it all basically colors it brown. Now, I actually want to add brown again, because I actually wanted this to be just like a, yeah, there you go. Okay, so now I want this to be brown, actually. Thank you very much. Make this brown as well. Sure. Let's just make the entire base and this brown. And then we're gonna make this basin sort of like maybe a gray. Sure. This gray. Like a... with a little bit of a blue color maybe added into it. Something like that. Yeah, let's go. There you go. And then all 4 of those just gray, and then apply to all of them. Okay, like I said, this isn't the height of building models. This is just an example model that is, well, different enough from a block that you can actually see that it's different enough from a block. And then we can also make like, maybe we actually put this one up a little bit as well. Something like that. So that you have a like clearly defined side from where you would, you know, put something in there or something like that. That would also work. Okay. It kind of looks like a, I don't know, like sort of a stool for a kid in the at the hairdressers, right? Okay. Well, whatever the case may be, this is fine. So how do you now go about and adding this to Minecraft? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go to File, and then we're going to say Export, and then we're going to say Export Block and Item Model. Now, before we actually do this, we're going to take a look at one more thing before we export this, and that is going to be the display. Oh, okay. I'm in the way again. No worries, though. We're going to take a look at the display, the top right corner right here. So this display, if we put this on, then you can see this is how the item currently would look inside of the hand of a player. That's kind of not really how you would want it, but the great thing is that you can literally just do whatever you want with it. So I can make this a little smaller. So let's say, for example, I could say, I don't know, like 0.25 maybe in all sizes would be fine. Oh, that's 0.25, please. 0.5, there you go. That's maybe a little bit too small. So we can say maybe even 0.5, that would be enough. So this is around the size that is pretty cool. Then we can also translate it, so we can move it up and down, which is really nice. And we can actually do that in all, like, literally everywhere. So that's really cool. Let's reset that. And then we can also rotate it around whatever axis we might want to rotate this around. So maybe if we say, actually, you know, this looks kind of cooler, then we could also do that. I think that we're going to actually scale this up a tiny bit more so that it sort of looks like a person has this in the hand. Oh, 0.69. Nice. Yeah, and then you can also, the reference model, you know, this is how a zombie would look like holding it, an armor stand, stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. You can also see on the other side, so the third person, this is third person left, and we have first person. This is how it would look like if you were holding it in your hand, in your right hand. Then you can also look at the left hand. The head, this is basically how it would look like if you were to put it on your head. I don't actually know that whether or not this is like I don't know, I wouldn't say mandatory, but whether or not this is even used. This is the ground, so this is how the actual item looks like when it's, you know, thrown on the ground. So you can also change that, and you know, make it way bigger, or we can just say no. Let's stick with like oh no, 0.5s. in all directions. That's actually, I think that for the ground, that's actually a little bit too small. I think 7.5 might work out here. Yeah, that's kind of good. And then you can also say, you know, it's clipping in the ground, so let's actually like move it up a little bit. And now it's like only clipping the tiniest bit, so something like that. And now it's actually floating on the ground pretty nicely. So, you know, you can change it how it looks in a frame. There's a lot of stuff. This is how it looks in the GUI currently. That's just not okay. So usually you should, you know, maybe take this like, maybe let's do like 1 to 5, and then let's rotate it like this a little bit. Maybe like a 50, maybe like a 55, and then make it a bit smaller, like 0.75 in all counts. There you go. And then you have a, well, a really cool, like different thing. You can basically take a look at this in the HUD, you know, how it looks here. So everywhere you can change this up. Let's also just change this in the other direction as well, 180. Let's make this 0.25. It was 0.25 and 0.25. Okay, this one, actually that was 0.5, sorry. There you go, and then this was 0.69. Nice once again. And yeah, so then it looks kind of cool here. And then we might also want to change it in first person. Maybe this is a little bit too big, or you know, we're gonna move it up like that. So there's a bunch of stuff we can do. Let's just put this at like 0.5 maybe as well here. Something like that. Then we can move this a little bit closer. No, I actually think that that's fine. And then let's make this 0.5 as well. There you go. And then the other one is pretty much the same, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and this was 4, I believe. And the other one was 2.5, 2.5. There you go. And now it looks kind of cool. I think that this is fine. And this is also all added in the actual, well, item model itself as well. So that's pretty cool about that. So this is definitely something you should keep in mind when doing that. So let's then do the following. Let's then go here, and then we can export block item model. Right, and then it's going to say, hey, where do we want to export this to? I actually want to export this into here, please. There you go. We're just going to say test.json, that's fine, and save. So then it saves a JSON file, which I'm going to copy over into our stuff here. So we're going to say, we're going to call this the, I don't know, like the alter block. We're going to call this the alter. Sure. Let's call this the alter. So we can immediately put this into our models block texture right here. So let's just copy it over. And this is how it looks like. So as you can see, there's a bunch of stuff here made with Blockbench. And then we have some elements. So these are all of the actual individual blocks basically that are defined. And then we can also see always here texture. So this always points to one of those textures up here. So those are basically just 0, 1, and 2. Then we also have a particle texture as well. And then there are some display, you know, things in here. So the head, the GUI. So this is basically exactly what we've just, you know, put in as an option, how the actual thing might display differently. So that's pretty cool. Now, what some people forget, or what some people just don't know, the textures here, you have to add your mod ID and then also add the textures in your folder. So you actually have to add tutorial mod, or actually, sorry, this is livestream mod, block red. Then I will need to add the red texture here as well as these two, and then this guy as well. Now we can do this if we go back to Blockbench and go to edit, and we should actually be able to do the following. We should actually be able to click this save button here, and then it's going to say, hey, where do you want to save this? And then we simply save this here. Just click OK on that. It's basically going to complain, hey, we don't find any resource texture, resource pack, totally fine. Just save it in there. And then we're going to change this anyway. So we're going to basically go back to IntelliJ here and just put the 3 textures into our, well, into our block textures folder. And then the textures should work already totally fine. Now, let's continue. That's also very interesting. Have I not added a texture on that? I'm not sure if that's going to lead to an issue. Like I said, sometimes Blockbench is a little bit weird. Which one is this even? This is that's going to be very interesting actually to see. I don't even know which one this is. Which cube that has that issue. But we're just gonna see. We're just gonna see. This is fine. It might actually be one of size 0, something like that. But let's just continue. Let's see. So we, of course, also need a block state. Now, I think that we can just take the Kaupenjoe and make a altar. And then this actually refers to the altar here. There you go. And then let's make a block. First of all, let's make a new normal block, basically just a normal block. And then we're going to see why this, doesn't quite work. Let's call this the Kaupen altar, because let's be honest, that's kind of where we're at this point once again. So block. And then just making sure that this is under the correct tool, under the correct group. That's fine. Apart from that, that is okay. We have a block states. We have a model here. Let's get this one. This would be the altar.json, which simply refers to the altar here. And those should be all of the things to actually add the block into the game. Yeah, I'm actually fairly certain that that is the case. Now, what we're not going to have is it's actually always going to point in the, in one direction, which is going to be, not quite what you want. And yeah, so let's just try it out. Let's just see how the altar actually looks in game. So the issue is going to be that it's always that this part is always going to look in one direction. So always in the north direction, because in the block states we're not rotating it around, and we actually have to do that. I mean, I wouldn't say individually, but we have to do that. And then also the voxel shape at the moment is going to be the full block. So yeah, but one step after another. So let's go with the, the new world. That is fine. Okay. Okay, I might have done some things here. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we don't have that in there. That's not the worst thing ever. Okay, no texture at all. That's always great to see. But no worries. There are probably reasons for it. Okay, block, livestream mod. Maybe I've written livestream mod wrong. Altar. Okay, let's see again. Let's no worries at all. Altar. And we have an altar JSON, which points to a livestream mod block altar. Yes, and this is right here, which is altar. It's probably this guy, which is messing him up. I mean, I'd say just do 000 just so that we don't have an error in here, because I actually think that the error is what's messing up. But let's see. So from 5 to 7. From 5 to 7. Let me see. 5 to 7. So it is definitely this guy. Okay, let's delete the red one just for the sake of argument. And if I save, then the actual test JSON changes. So let's see. This is gonna be. Let me go. And then we're gonna delete this guy. Put in the new one, hopefully without that issue. Seems fine. Now this is even crazier up here. We need to change even more. This should be, this is going to be a live stream mod : block. Very important that it's block, because of course it refers to our block texture. Like this folder right here. And I think that should be it. So let's try it again. I think that the not a number there caused him to kind of, I don't know, get confused or just not work, I guess. That's at least my hypothesis at the moment. All right. Let's see if it works now. If we at least have a texture, that would be the first sort of step to this. And then we're going to see if we can continue by adding, the custom block class and stuff like that, which of course is also then needed. There you go. So this is the first good step. I'm actually, this is good. You can see that this is how it looks in the right hand. This is how it looks in the left hand. I can also take a look at this, right here. So it does work. Of course, things like that, that's totally fine. We can fix that very easily. That's not an issue. We do, however, now have a, also can I the auto jump is just telling me. Yeah, the textures, the particles you can see is red because that's how it defined it. And you can see if I place it down, this guy is always going to look into this direction because that's always north. So it doesn't matter in what way I rotate around myself, always looks in that direction. And usually that is not something that you want. And we will be able to fix that with some block properties. I actually think for that we don't even need the like a custom class. I think for that we can make it a little bit easier, and then we can add a custom class just a little bit later. So we're gonna segment that into different steps. So number one, we need to set the render layer here. So this is gonna be the Kaupen altar, and then also let's not forget to add not solid here, so that we, the alpha value basically is just, it's gonna be fine. So that's number one. Number two, how to make the thing rotatable. Well, making this rotatable is actually fairly easy. And and the thing is actually fairly easy to do, because what we're going to do is we can actually take the, so if I take a look at wood, I believe logs have that. Logs. How about like oak, not oak tree, but oak underscore wood. That is, I believe, a log. Yeah, that is a rotated pillar block, which is pretty much what we want. I actually don't think that that's quite what we want. We actually don't want a particular axis. We actually want sort of a horizontal thing, but there is something like that. I can actually search in here. Horizontal. There's no horizontal in here. I didn't expect that one, but okay, fair enough. Then let's take a look at the furnace, because the furnace is definitely one of those. Furnace block. We can also take a look at my furnace block. This is the property that I'm looking for, the horizontal block, horizontal facing property. So let's see actually where this has been used. Yeah, sure, with Control H, that's fine. With one of them that basically only uses that, glazed terracotta, I think that this is pretty much everything. Yeah, okay. So the horizontal facing is pretty much all that the glazed terracotta uses. So we should be able to, if I middle mouse button click on this, it doesn't really matter. Take a look at white glazed terracotta here, and then pressing shift twice, we can actually take a look at the block states, and there it is. So this is the block state of one kind of this block, basically, that you can rotate around in 270 degrees. So basically in 4 different ways. Yeah. So every time you rotate it 90 degrees, it looks different. So we can simply take this, copy this, and put this in the altar JSON here. And then, of course, points to something else. So this would, of course, be a live stream mod, replace all. And then the white glazed terracotta is going to be the altar. Replace all. There you go. Yes. And then what we're going to do is, instead of a block, we will say horizontal block. Okay, actually, the interesting enough horizontal face block. Interesting. So the horizontal block, there you go. So the horizontal block is actually an abstract class. Very interesting. I did not know that. But I believe you can take this one. No, I wouldn't use that. So we actually do need to make a block class for that. I was not sure that that was the case, but fair enough. So we're going to make a altar block class. And this will simply extend the horizontal block. There you go. Then we're going to create constructor matching super. And I mean, basically what we can do is we can simply take, interesting, good push reaction. There's a different push reaction to glazed terracotta. So you can't ignore push only. Interesting. That is interesting. And we basically need those two methods. So the fill state container and the get state for placement. Those two actually need to be added here as well. Then I also want to change those to properties just because, it's a little bit nicer to read. There you go. And then instead of creating the normal block in our mod blocks class, we're going to create the altar block. So this has not yet received the voxel shape, so we're still going to have the entire block as a, basically bounding box, or as a bounding box, basically. However, we are going to have it rotate around This is, of course, facilitated, number one, because this is a horizontal block now, which has a horizontal facing property added to it, and because we have defined all four, well, facing variants inside of the block states JSON, and then rotating the model around. So let's see if that works now. That would be very interesting to see. Oh, that's actually not gonna work yet. There you go. Okay. Okay, so let's see if that is gonna work, but I'm fairly certain that it will. Okay, so let's set it down. And now, okay, it's looking in the wrong direction, but fair enough. So now it's always going to basically look in this direction. As you can see, if I turn around, it is basically pointing in the different direction. Now, actually, I would want it, to be 180 degrees turned around, so that we, the like part here that's open, basically facing me when I set it down. But that's not an issue, because we can, simply change a few things there. So I believe that what we can do, what would be easiest? I think easiest would probably just be changing this one around. So north is, yeah, changing this one makes the most sense. So we basically want to change everything by 180 degrees. So 180 is going to turn to 0. South, which would be 0, is going to turn into 180. 90 is going to turn into 270, and 270 is going to turn into 90. So this is the way that we need to change this about. Because this is always the amount of rotation we are adding to the block model. And of course, if it was 180 degrees wrong, then we need to change that 180 degrees for all cases. Hope that sort of makes sense. Sometimes, like the 3D stuff can be a little bit, well, I wouldn't say counterintuitive. It's actually very intuitive, but sometimes it's, it depends on how good of a mind's eye one has. Actually deal with that. And now, as you can see, it works and it points into the right direction as well. Now, the only thing is, of course, now the bounding box, but that is the next issue we're going to tackle. So that's actually already pretty, well, fairly straightforward, I think, to be honest. So that's pretty good. And now the bounding box comes in, and now the real juice begins, because, well, usually what you can do is you can define voxel shapes inside of the block. Totally fine, and that works. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take like one of the voxel shapes out here, and we're going to use that. So what we need to do is we need to actually add a group. We need to call this the voxel shapes. Now, what I have found previously, and every block needs to be under that actual group. And what I found is that you cannot have groups below that. So I can't say, okay, so this is the, so if I don't know, where's this? So this guy, nope, this guy, and this guy, I guess. Yeah, so I can't group these three together and say something like, oh, this is the pillar and this is the base and stuff like that. That's not possible. I can't do that because then it's gonna have some very weird errors. I don't know why. It's just kind of weird. So we need to select all of those, then go to File, and then export voxel shape. Now this is, I believe, actually a I actually think a plugin. So we need to go into the, where do I have plugins? Where's the plugins stuff? There it is, plugins. So this is the mod utils by JTK222 and Wither. So this basically adds this button here. That can then, where we say, hey, we want the MCP mappings, very important. And then we say confirm. Once again, this is going to now generate the voxel shape for us. And I will show you this in just a moment. So this is a Java file that it actually generates. And I will import that right here. So I'm just going to move that in here. So this is what it gets. It basically gets us. These are the individual, cuboids. Basically is a cuboid in space. And those three numbers define it. So this is the starting position. No, let me think about this. This is the starting position X, ending position X, something like that. I think that's one of those two. But we're gonna play around with this in a moment. This is starting position X, starting position Y, starting position Z, And then this is the sort end positions X, end position Y, end position Z. And that's going to make a cuboid shape, so to speak. Now, this will, make this like a perfect outline. Totally fine. Absolutely cool. Like I said, like it's okay. Absolutely fine, because this, that model is not the craziest thing, right? Obviously, totally fine. But if you had rotations in there and craziness, you can ask yourself, okay, is it really necessary that the actual, like the player or any mob basically, if they collide with that, does that have to be like perfectly the same there? I don't like. Usually, it's gonna be fine if the actual collision is a little bit different from like the stuff you have there. So I'm not sure whether or not that is like absolutely necessary in most cases. But let's just see. So let's just take this. How are we gonna use this? Well, we are gonna use this the following way. Inside of the actual block, we're going to make a public, I think that we can actually make this private static voxel shape, final by the way as well, voxel shape. So this guy, the first one, net Minecraft util math shapes, and this is going to be equal to this whole thing right here. We're going to get a few errors, no issue. So this is going to be stream of, and then the voxel shapes need to also be imported, and then something is amiss here. Stream of? Are you sure? That's not the right stream then. That's the only stream that there is. Well, okay. That's interesting. iBoolean function, let's get that first. Combine and simplify is no longer a thing. Okay, I'm a little bit... Oh. Let's not talk about this. Shape n. There you go. The variable didn't have a name. There you go. Okay. I got a little bit excited. Okay. So this would be the shape when it points to the north. And in theory also, we would actually have to add a shape for each rotation now, because the rotation is different. So we're going to use this, and then I actually will need to take a look at a different thing here just for a moment, because I actually need to see what the name of the method is. The name of the method is getShape. I mean, getShape. So there you go, getShape this guy. And if we take this, then I will actually change this. Those are just really annoying that those don't work sometimes. And I'm still not 100% sure why. And what we're going to do is we're just going to return right now the shape north. Shape north. There you go. We're always going to return the same shape. Totally fine. Not an issue. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. And yeah, let's just take a look at this. So this, once again, is going to have the perfect trace around the actual block. So let's start this and see how that one would work, or how that one would look. Ready. So. New world. Let's see, now I have to remember which is the correct way it was facing, but I think I know. So if we place it down like this, you can see that it matches absolutely perfectly. Look at this, like you can barely see the actual outline. If I go, from away from it, it's barely noticeable. Perfect, right? Everything's done. Well, not quite. If you can see this, we have the, as you can see, it only points into one direction, which is the issue. So it only is correct in the north direction. And this is, of course, even worse. If we put it around like this, then you can see that it's always going to stay the same. So it's almost the same issue that we had before with the rotation. Now we have that with the, outline there. So we actually need to define these outlines 4 times, which is the thing that is kind of like really annoying. Because why is the question. Now I've yet to find anything that is that works for that. I don't think that there's a rotate thing. There is kind of a rotate thing, but not really, I think. Like, there's no rotate voxel shape, sadly, because if that was the case, then we could just, you know, basically call, you know, dot rotate in a different direction, and then we would be fine. But sadly, as you can see, it does not really exist. There's stuff to simplify that and stuff like that, but that's pretty much it. So we will have to have basically this guy, right? So this guy, and then this guy, and then this guy, and this guy. And this is then going to be a voxel shape, like, wait a second, north, and then it's going to be west, and then it's going to be south, and then it's going to be east. And this becomes unwieldy and like unwieldy really fast, right? Like this, what the hell is it? Like a little bit too much. So you could, because what it's of course doing is it's going to make a cuboid for this guy, and a cuboid for this guy, and a cuboid for this guy, and a cuboid for basically this guy, and this guy, and this guy. So it's going to make a cuboid which fits perfectly over this. We could also make one ourselves, which we're going to take a look at in a moment, but for the time being, let's actually do this. So how do we now, you know, get the other voxel shapes? Well, we go to Blockbench, and we take the voxel shapes here, make sure that we have the, just a second, we make sure that we have this guy pressed when we, you know, everything is selected. Press the center pivot, and then we're going to rotate by 90 degrees. I guess not. Wait, which one should we rotate? Oh, that's the pivot point, sorry. No, rotate about 90 degrees. Bam. Yeah, that definitely did not work as I intended. Okay, I'm genuinely not 100% sure what. Is that the case, though? Oh, it actually changes as you can see, it actually changes the position and the size. Okay, that also works. I mean, I don't mind that, but whatever. Now it actually faces. So this would be the facing for the east, actually, I believe. So now, once again, selecting this, file, export, voxel shape, and then this is like shape, what did I say? East, I believe. Yes, no, this is west. Sorry, this actually is west. I pressed, it did not save, by the way. So I pressed aborts. Says export voxel shape. West, we did say save. Okay, now I have that. Now I open that one up. Just a sec. There you go. And then this guy. And then I open this one up. And I copy this one over. And I put this into W. There you go. And now I do this for all 4 sides. Now in theory, you know, it's okay. But I don't know. It is kind of weird. Because you will have to do this again. So now I rotate this again by 90 degrees. And then export voxel shape. If you only have like a couple of blocks, that's going to be fine. Once again, the crazier the block model, like the more complex the block model, the less I actually advise doing this. We'll go through this with this for just a moment here. Why the hell not? And let's add let's go to this guy again. And this is going to be, I need S and E. There you go. Let's add those as well. So this is S, this is the south one, M, then there's E, and this one goes here. Now, you will also notice that, of course, a lot of these numbers, you know, they're basically going to appear multiple times. So we can probably find 5, 11, 10. Maybe we can find that somewhere. 5, 10. So because the numbers are basically going to be the same for a lot of this. But we'll just stick with this. And the way we now use the get shape method here is actually a little bit different. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to have we're going to do a switch statement of the horizontal facing. And we're going to say case, which is going to be direction dot north. I think that's the case, right? I believe so. And then we return north, shape N. That work? Yes, no, maybe. Oh, okay. Wait, is that not an enum property though? I'm confused. Oh, yes, okay. That actually makes way more sense. We want to do state.get with this property. And then do something like that. And then this is direction.north. An enum switch case label must be unqualified. Like that? Yes, it does need to look like that. Okay, fair enough. Okay, then we're going to say north, and then we're going to say south, and then we're going to say west, and then we're going to say east. And this is going to be S, and this is going to be W, and this is going to be east. And then we also have a default case, which is going to return the north one. Just think, I mean, obviously it's never going to happen because there's only 4, you know, like facing, so. But yes, so this is basically how you would do it perfectly. A little bit more tedious and, you know, a little bit more work there, but then you have it perfectly. Once again, really only use that for things that are around this complexity. You know, if you have a lot of rotated stuff, then your numbers here, so these numbers here, are also going to look absolutely madness, right? Like craziness. So that's also something that you should keep in mind. So if we now take a look at this, this is going to, or this should work perfectly, basically. Okay, so let's see. Number 1, this guy works perfectly. And then this guy working perfectly. And then this guy working perfectly. And then this guy working perfectly. As you can see, that basically is from start to finish how to make a custom block model and then add the actual, well, you know, voxel shape in there as well. And have it, well, be displayed pretty much perfectly. You can also throw that around. So this is a little bit big. I would probably make this a little bit smaller, but yeah. But now it's, yeah, it looks perfect. And I can also stand on it. And I think maybe, okay, the space is a little bit too narrow for me to actually go down. But if I go here, you can see that I actually do go up if I'm on this ledge and I go down here. So it actually does, you know, work pretty well. So that's pretty cool right there. Okay, so this is that, making this perfect. And now let's take a look at how you can, well, make this almost perfect. So in theory, those numbers, you know, you can make it yourself. Now, first of all, this is a little bit much. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's a lot. But what if, for example, we would say, well, I mean, do we really need to, you know, make this one different than this one? And then the question really is, okay, maybe we do want that, but maybe, you know, make it like, this is almost the same. I gotta be honest, this is actually a rather terrible example on this. But let's, for the sake of argument, let's duplicate one of those guys and let's do something crazy. Let's make this a little bit bigger. No, bigger this way, yes. And then let's start rotating this guy around. No, this way. Let's do this way. Yeah. Something crazy, right? So now we have like this. Exactly, like this crazy block here. Then let's make this red. And we're gonna say lie to all. Yeah. Right, so now we have this like crazy red thing in there. And now let's actually export. Let's also turn this around just a second. Rotate. Oh, Jesus. Why? That's. Is that so? No. Okay, that was. You can't actually rotate that around. That's kind of funny. Yeah, sure. Make this 0 and then let's make this 90. This way. Thank you. And then let's rotate this again. Something like that. Go. That's totally fine. So now it's the north direction again with this guy sort of weirdly rotated. And if I were to now export the voxel shape, and this is the voxel shape, let's call it weird. And then let's take a look at the voxel shape of this guy. I actually don't know what it's going to be, but it's probably going to be crazy. Yeah. So there you go. Now this is the perfect voxel shape for this guy because we have this rotated guy. And then, of course, you know, it's going to need to take, oh, this and this and this. Don't do that. Like, don't make a perfect one for this, because this is madness. The issue here is that also, you gotta think about this, right? So the block make cuboid, it creates a voxel shape, which is like, this is basically, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like very certain that those are all like vector-based calculations, which is insanely costly. Not on modern PCs, it's not that bad, but of all the things that you can do, vector calculations can be quite costly. And like, I don't know, I actually don't know how Java does them, but I think that it's still not the best thing. And you also got to keep in mind that this actually has to be calculated, I believe, every tick, because at least every 2 ticks or something like that, depending on how often the calculations for the collisions are done. So, and this one is madness. Like, that's craziness, right? So, if you have something like that, I definitely advise. So let's say you put this guy out and then have a separate Blockbench file, which has either a, simpler version of this, so something like that, and then the thing would be okay again. Or if you don't want to keep a simpler version of this, then you have to basically count. So if we were to do the following, let's actually update our model with this guy. Let's say this is going to be export model. And this is going to be the, let's say this, let's rename this guy to, where is it? Rename. This is the alter old. And this is the new alter now, with the red thing in it. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into the live stream here, and we're going to say alter be gone. And now this alter is our new friend. But now move, please copy. There you go. All right. Let's not forget to change this one again, a live stream mod :block. And then we are ready to go. Now the actual model already changed. That's it. Just finished with class on my way walking home, watching my favorite stream. Thank you so much, Pharaoh. Let's see if, that's good. Okay. So now we actually have changed the model already. So this is actually how easy you can, change the model. Simply get the other JSON file, the other block model JSON file out, put it in there, bam, we're done. The new model is already in there. And you can see this is the weird guy here. This is the crazy origin, the crazy with the crazy angle, and the rest, also have that actually. So that's very interesting. But I believe that the models themselves are actually only loaded once, but don't quote me on that. I'm actually not 100% sure. Anyway, so let's see. So the new model should be in-game immediately. And yeah, let's see. So then we are going to see the, semi-issue there. So as you can see, there it is, and there it is as well. It's in there. It looks totally fine. Now, if you hover over this, or if I go into like third-person mode, then you can see I'm sort of clipping through that, right? Which of course, because it doesn't have the collision there. The voxel shape is not high enough to account for the actual red thing. Okay, so how could we possibly, get this without using the voxel shapes of hell? Let's call them that. Where are these? The weird ones, these guys. How can we make this without doing that? Well, when we make voxel shapes, we make individual cuboids. So in theory, what we can do is we can go to Blockbench and we can say, well, I believe this is 0, 0. I think so. Let's actually make a new cube and see. Yes, this is 0, 0. Now I can take this cube and I can just move it around, right? And I get this position up here. And that's going to be very important later. So we can actually move this about, and I could say something like, let's say, for example, putting it right here. So let's move this to basically exactly, sort of that's going to be fine probably, right? I can move here. So the position now is 7, 11, 6. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a new one right here. So I'm going to duplicate this with Control D. And then let me see. This is X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Okay, I did say it correctly. And then I close the file. There it is. So let's just make this 0, 0 for everything for the time being. And then we're going to add to this. So now we know the starting position of this guy is 7, 11, 6. Okay? 7, 11, 6. Okay. And now let's take the opposite corner up here so that it's in there. So there you go. So in this one, and then we go up so that this guy would be included. This one would still have it. And then let's make sure that this guy is... Oh, platinum. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, you know, the I've got the new VOD channel, so no worries. You know, I think that a day or two after probably a day actually after the stream is done, it's going to be posted on there anyway, so you know, no worries there. But yeah, so now we've actually moved it to the opposite, like, upper corner there, which is now 8, 16, 10. So we can just say 8, 16, 10. Okay. Bots are useless. I can't harness you live on bots. That is true. That is actually true. And so now we've added this to the north direction, because of course oh, I didn't want to do that, because of course the entire model is north. Now I need to, oh, that's actually not what I wanted. There you go. So I would need to turn this around and change the things again, but we're going to take a look at that in, actually, you know what, let's do that. What the hell? Let's do that. So the pivot is still correct, and then so this guy's once again giving us issues when we rotate it. So that's the next indication that this is not a good idea to the voxel shapes, because you have to rotate it. So it's always gonna, you know, be a little bit, yeah, that's not right. This guy, there you go. And now we actually need to move it as well. As you can see, this is getting quite complicated. And then the question is this even, like, does this even match anymore? Who knows, man? Who knows? Right, so this, you know, it's starting to get sort of fall apart. Let's actually take a look at this guy in the voxel shape inside of the game. So the thing that we've just added should cover the diagonal block, but non-diagonally. So we should still not clip through it. And it's going to look a little weird, but this is actually a fairly straightforward and easy way. You basically only need 6 numbers to make your own, like, voxel shape. And I will show an example of how I use it as well. Because sometimes, like, making the voxel shapes as easy or as, you know, as non-complex as you can definitely would be appreciated, because too many crazy voxel shapes is going to be bad. So if I place this in the north direction, okay, so you can see that it's... Really? If I, like... Did I type a number in wrong? Well, in theory, if it was one more into that direction, then it would work, and but we can also see, if I stand on this, it sort of works. It sort of works. Because you don't need the, like, perfect collision for this. I actually don't know what, like, on those, on stairs, right? That's not, like, these collisions, that's totally fine. Because that's just taking out, like, one part of the block, which is like a normal block. Even something like a piston, right? So if we have even a piston, it's all still blocks, as you can see, right? And none of them are diagonal, nothing like that. So even though, like, this is a perfect, you know, perfect voxel shape on this, it's still fine. What else do we have? Like a flower pot, which looks a little bit different. You know, this one also perfect, totally fine. The flower in it, you know, you can't even do that. The flower, take a look at this guy. Ah, doesn't have a perfect one, does it? No, because making this like the perfect one would be insane. Same with a sapling, for example, right? Set this one down. You can see that's like, I mean, that's terrible. Now, granted, you don't really collide with it. Fair enough, totally fine, but, you know, it's still not perfect. So this is, you know, same with grass. You know, cobwebs are even worse. Now the question is there one that is not, like, that is not perfect, that also you collide with? The hopper, that one is also perfect. But once again, all of those are cubes. Like, every time it's cubes. So you know, it's just, I actually don't think that there's anything else that, you know, fits that description. Everything is probably, like, tracked perfectly in terms of voxel shapes on Minecraft, but yeah, I think that's the case. But they're always blocks. They don't really have rotated stuff in them, like this guy, right? Let's get this guy around again, by the way. There you go. So like it doesn't have these like rotated stuff, multiple turtle legs. I actually think you're right. But I think you can also walk through them, right? There's no collision with them, I believe. At least that's what I thought. Okay, that's always great to see. Just a second. Okay. Yeah, so what I've seen is okay, let's actually let's try this. Well, why not? Try this. Right. So this is idea is I have seen the wait a second. Because you can okay. You can destroy them by jumping on them. That's actually interesting. Because and this is actually what I want to show. Wait a sec. Let me go to excuse me. Just a second. Okay. Weird. Why can I not search for that anymore? That's okay, that's obviously an amazing thing because I actually wanted to show a like a model that someone has made, namely Nano. Nano has made a really cool model, like ways back. It's like crazy old, which basically has a sort of a it has a glass bottle and there's like a mortar and pestle next to it, and it looks great. But once again, there you could just draw a simple cube around it and be fine with that. So let's see. Okay. Legs. Yeah. Actually, you oh, that's the. Is that? That's actually kind of weird. But okay, fair enough, I guess. So, yeah, those are also the same, but like, where's the issue here, right? So this is totally fine when it comes to the actual bounding box of it. Like, there's no real need to have it be perfect there. Same with this guy, right? Like, it's just not necessary. So this is basically an appeal to not have perfect voxel shapes on your blocks. But does this not also work? Yeah, for example. Pickles also, you know, this one is perfect, as you can see. Then I add another one, and then the actual bounding box, you know, includes both of them. Then it gets a little bit bigger, and then it gets a little bit bigger, and then it's basically done. Yeah, so I think that, I hope that it makes sense. And I also hope that, you know, it's kind of clear how you can, well, basically add to this yourself. I actually do want to show an example of this that I have made. Let me quickly check this. Non-functional, but okay, let me go to fluid pipe. Let's get the let's get this guy. No, let's not save it. Okay. There it is. Okay, that's a fluid pipe straight. So I made this, and obviously, you know, have these corners here, right? So you could either have, what is this, like 1? Oh, and then you need to have this one on your own. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just see how many voxel shapes this would actually like push out. Export voxel shapes. This is the pipe test. The pipe test would give me the following amount of voxel shapes. A lot, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 different voxel shapes. Madness. For this, what? This is a really easy thing. Yeah, but because you have these tiny, the blocks missing here, doesn't work. Or what you could also do is just get this guy. 1. Because that also works. Because you basically start, if I once again add a cube here, you start here from 440. I'll add a cube with the same color. And you go all the way to here. Right? To 11, 15, 11, 11, 15. And you make the voxel shape that, without, like, disregarding the missing blocks there. Done. Because you can't, the actual collision is not going to work with these, like, small ones anyway. So it doesn't matter. So that's, like, basically what I did. Here it says 12. I'm not actually 100% sure why. I think that is maybe... You need to get outside of this, like, this way? It might be exclusive, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that it takes, like, this part of the block, something like that. It doesn't, like, it doesn't matter 100%, but then you can just play around with it a little bit, and bam, and there you go. And then it sort of works. And there I have all my 4 voxel shapes, literally with 1 cuboid. Because why would it need to be any more complicated with this in this instance, in this case? So this is basically the appeal, not to make the voxel shapes any more, well, I would say complicated than they have to be. And that works then as well. Yeah, so there you go. That's the voxel shapes. That's the appeal for the voxel shapes, not to make them crazy, especially once you get like 11.8652 and then like crazy like decimal numbers. Just run. Just redo this, and because then it's also not gonna match up perfectly, because the voxel shapes there, they can actually be like more or less than an actual block, which is terrible. So they actually, like, those are, if I do like 0.25, then it actually moves it 0.25. Do it like this, that's gonna be fine. Okay, what else was there? So I actually think that is pretty much what we needed here. Let me quickly take a look at this. Okay. Alright, we have custom block models, we have custom block models voxel shapes, and then we have rotatable blocks / multi-textures. Okay, so multi-textures is actually also fairly straightforward, because there are a couple of ones that actually have that already in. Let me just quickly reload something here. There you go. And then let's see. So, ooh, Zephy with the hyper. So if you want to have multiple textures on a block, of course, once again, the vanilla blocks come to our rescue. So, for example, what do we have? We have, for example, even something like oak wood. Oak wood. Taking a look at the block model here, this would be a cube column. So this has 2 sides, which have a different texture than the, around. Hopefully makes sense in some way. Oh, actually, that's oak wood. Sorry, I want oak log. There you go. This is what I want. This is the model block. There you go. This is the cube column. So the tops and the bottom is different than the sides. So this is one of the examples. You pretty much just use this instead of the other one. Now, if you do use that, then you will also need to use the different block here. So this would be a block. This is a rotated pillar block, which basically has that. You can also go look in the blocks class and take a look at some other stuff. What else is there? So the dispenser is interesting. That is, nope. Has a facing property as well. Take a look at the dispenser JSON. in the block models. Once again, models block. So this one is an orientable. This one's also interesting. This one has a top, a front, and then a side. And I believe the side is also used at the bottom. I think so, actually. I think that that's the case. Furnace side? Wow, look at that. They're just using the furnace sides for the dispenser. Unbelievable. Yeah, so the orientable is probably the thing that makes the most sense to use if you want to have a different texture in the front and on the sides. So let's just let's just add a block like that. Why not? Let's just do it live. Let's open Photoshop. And I'm gonna just add something there quickly. So let's go to Minecraft. Oh, nope, please don't. Let's go to Minecraft, Assets, Minecraft, Textures, Block. Oh, not the color map, but the block. And then we want the furnace. I always write this wrong. I always have a typo in my furnace. Let's just take all of them. But not the on one. It's okay. Copy it with Control V and then paste it in here with Control V. Then I'm gonna quickly open this in the Explorer. And I'm gonna change those three up. So let me open those in Photoshop. Then we're gonna see. So there you go. Bam. There we are. In the top, you know, let's just add a color to it. That's gonna be fine. Like a vague Kaupen color stuff. Sure, that's looks great. Something like that. There you go. And then let's do reduce and then save. And then this is gonna be the side. It was multiply, I believe. Yes, it was. I love how I changed the, like, I really like this, right? So some of the stuff still in German, right? If I start Photoshop, sometimes it's in English, sometimes some things are in German. I have no idea why. I literally downloaded the English version, and he was like, "Nope, you're still gonna see the version, the German stuff." And I'm like, "Sure, not gonna complain with that. I mean, I don't really care." So let's add this guy, multiply, and then let's change the face a little bit. Let's do, excuse me. I'm still on here. Okay. Let's change this to something like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, at this point I don't know, but why not? Something like that. I mean, it's starting to look like someone just looking through. Grandma, is that you? Oh no, that's not what I want. I'm gonna add something like this. And then let's, you know. And then do... Okay, now we need to add some variation in this because otherwise quite good. A little light, I think. Yeah, some darker ones. Do something like that. At this point, it's just like... Nope, not quite. This way. Sure. That's a unique texture. And that should be the front of our... I don't know. To be honest. I really don't know what this is supposed to be. Okay, let's change the name. Let's change it right here. The furnace looks like... It's true. It does look like that a little bit. I mean, I'll take the flattery, but it definitely isn't amazing. Just like the... How could you like... how about like a... no, let's just do a... Honestly, like, what is this? Like, it doesn't even look like anything. Like I wanted to call it like stereo, like a music box, but I feel like that's giving it a bit too much credit. Oh, that's not quite what it is. So how about like looks like an explosive. We're not allowed to say that. How implosive? I gotta be honest with you, that's not good. Herobrine's furnace. Sure, let's do it. Herobrine's furnace. But in small, please. Herobrine's furnace. Let's do it. Very good suggestion from Sarius Place. Okay, let's then do this guy. Herobrine furnace top, and then this is gonna be Herobrine's furnace side. This really is only here to basically show you how you can add, you know, use the orientable, right? So it really doesn't matter that much. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new block model here, which we're gonna call Herobrine's furnace.json. I love it. And then we're gonna copy the dispenser here and just change this. So this is gonna be changed to live stream mod. Very important when you replace this, not replacing the parent here, only those three. And then this is, of course, not furnace, but Herobrine's furnace. And then this is Herobrine's furnace front, and then this is Herobrine's furnace side, I believe. Yes, sir. Foranse. I wrote Foranse 3 times. Here, I did it correctly. Well, there you go. What is the fastest way to convert a 1.16.5 mod to 1.17? Well, I would say the easiest way to do that is probably to... First of all, to say like 10 Hail Marys, because it's gonna be crazy. No, I'm just kidding. So, probably make a new one. So download 1.17, make a new project. If you have 2 monitors, that definitely helps with that process. Put the 1.17 on one monitor, put the 1.16 on the other monitor, and then create each class individually. Copy the contents over, not the class itself, just the contents. And do not copy over the imports up here. Those have to stay out of it because because the classes in 1.17.1 have changed position. Like a lot of them are in completely different packages. So it's best to just copy the contents in, import each class individually, and then basically just go through each class that you have. If you have 100 classes, then yes, that's going to take a long time. But I would definitely not. I don't think that it makes sense to take the 1.16 project. There is like a Gradle task that you can use. I found that. I think it's from like Sizable Shrimp. It's from one person from the Forge like team that actually made sort of a script that runs through and changes all of the stuff, and it does work. But it's going to be a lot of work anyway, so I think that makes more sense. Basically going through each class, copying it over one by one. I will still do a video on that as well. Probably using that method, so probably taking both projects, making a new 1.17 project, taking the old project, and literally just copying over piece by piece, one part by one part, saying, hey, we can't use that anymore because this is deprecated. There are some things, and then the worst thing is, let's just think about this even more. I used the MCP mappings for 1.16, don't exist anymore. So that's the next thing that you have to keep in mind. I will still be making 1.16.5 tutorials, yes, for at least a little while. I mean, I've literally just like recorded the entity, how to make custom entities in 1.16.5. That's like one of the most highly requested topics ever, basically. So I will definitely still be doing 1.16.5 tutorials for, I think, a good chunk. While longer. I feel like there's plenty of stuff still to do. If I just take a look at this, so I sort of have enough for at least like 1.5 months or so longer, but I am actually thinking that there's probably a little bit more in there as well. I still have so many suggestions. What do we have as well? Like this configs, which I might show. Enchantments, I'm not sure. Custom potion recipes, I'm absolutely not sure about that one. But most of the stuff is probably going to be done in live streams. I still have not yet found a good way to, well, sort of cut this down, because I definitely can't use the stuff that we've been doing now in, well, the main series, so to speak, so the main Forge series. But I also think that, you know, people, if I cut it into pieces, so if I were to, you know, take this piece, you know, this is going to be cut out, but the entire piece for how to, you know, make this orientable work, if I take this piece and I make a video out of it and put it on the main channel, then people would definitely watch it. But yeah, I still haven't quite figured out how best that works, because I do have the set schedule, as in, you know, this comes out this day, this comes out this day. So I'm not sure. So that was a very roundabout way of saying yes. I'm still planning on doing 1.16.5. Oh. Now, Herobrine's Furnace. This is also called Forenza. This is crazy. Furnace, okay. That is correct. Furnace. Very good. We need a block model for this. Great thing is that, fairly certain that we actually need dispenser.json. The block state. Yeah, exactly. Oh, an orientable is actually also possible to do that. I will not be making courses on 1.17 for Forge or Fabric, no. Highly, like, it's very likely that I will do a course again on 1.18 for both of them. But that's also, it's a little 2 ways into the future. Still waiting on Patchouli. I'm going to follow the 1.17 course, though, just to stay a bit up to date. Yes, that's a good idea. There's plenty of stuff in there, especially using Parchment, which is going to be the tutorial tomorrow, I believe, is a very smart idea as well. This is very interesting. So the orientable here actually is going to make it so that you can also face it down and up. Interesting. Well, that's actually not 100% sure what I wanted. Let me take a look at the... Okay, so this is... I think the furnace makes more sense to take. But how does that one look like? Okay, you can also just take cube and change all of the textures here. That is true. That would also work. Could we do that? Yes, we're gonna do that. Instead of the Kaupenjoe furnace, we have the Herobrine. I have a if I even like Herobrines. Okay, I think that this is the correct spelling. Replace Kaupen with Herobrines. What a terrible thing to do. Side, front, top, back. We don't have a back. We only have sides. That's okay. We can just take the sides here. We do have a top though. We don't have a bottom. Why? Oh, the front is actually the particles. Okay, we do have a top and sides. That's fine. Yep, that's okay. And now the real question still comes in. What is the furnace though? Abstract furnace just has a facing property. We could also make this an anonymous class. There's a lot of stuff that we could in theory do. Herobrines _ furnace. Okay, the furnace this time written correctly. Herobrines furnace. Orientable? There are orientable block? No, there isn't. Okay. What type of blocks are there? Get me some blocks right here. Block. In the block class, press Ctrl H. We see every block. What do we have? We have horizontal block, rotated pillar block. We have the horizontal face block. That might actually work. That might actually work. Redstone diode block, man. That's crazy. They actually have for that. Horizontal face block. Which one? What uses that? Lever. Interesting. The button. You never stop learning with that stuff. It's crazy. Abstract plant block. Directional block. Would probably also work actually, as a facing direction. Facing stuff. That would probably also work. Let's once again just try it. So if I take the directional block, then it's gonna say, hey, you have to override that. Like, yeah, I know. Wait, do I not just have to... Yeah, but... You sure about that? Do I have to override that? I don't have to override anything here. I do, however... I don't need to do anything in there, right? I don't think so. I just have to make a new class out of it, so this is just an anonymous class. I don't know if that's gonna work, but... Just try it. Do you have an idea how I could make entities' eyes glow like spider eyes? Spider eyes glow? Spider. Entity. Well, it would probably be in the spider renderer, I guess? Add layer. There it is. Spider eyes layer. So this is a spider... Oh, at night. Okay, but this is probably still it. This is a spider eyes layer. Man, this is craziness. Abstract eyes layer. Spider eyes. Let's take a look at those. Textures, entity. Spider. Oh, they're in here, sorry. Spider eyes. Man, they do look angry, don't they? I believe that that's it. So there's like an extra layer here. I would like to tell you that because of your videos and course, I've created a mod that now has over 100,000 downloads. So thank you. Wow, dude, that's so cool, man. Integer, that's amazing, man. I mean, first of all, congratulations also on the 100k downloads. That's pretty cool. That's like actually craziness. So they layer it on top of the entity. Yeah, pretty much. So they layer it on top. Integer, don't post the link because Nightbot is gonna go crazy again. Just in case you wanted to post the link. I know it's a little weird. It's kind of dumb, but like, let me quickly check this again. Yeah, so that doesn't quite work. But you can, you know, if you want to post that, you can always post that on the, or the name. That also works, of course. Well, I mean, you know, maybe Integer was like, yeah, I'm just going to post the link that's easier. So that's why I just said it. Better safe than sorry. No, yeah, but that would be how you would add the eyes. I mean, you probably need to take a look a little bit more into it. I don't know. I mean, look at this. This is like a layer render. So, there's a bunch of stuff here, but it should be not too crazy if you first add those. But yeah, so that's how this works. Let's try the directional block here as well, just so that we can see anything. And we still need the block states JSON though, for the hero grinds furnace. JSON. What did I change then? Didn't I change something here? Not yet, I guess. Okay. Take the... We wanted to take the furnace JSON. Once again. Block states. No. Yeah, well, we take this and then we're going to change it. Let's just get rid of all of this one. There's two west in there. That does not make sense. And then we have one south, and then we can delete the other south, and then we have one north, and then we can delete the other north. And then we have one east, and then we can delete the other. There you go. And there's no on. There's only furnace. There's only Herobrine's furnace. Replace all. And that's also only the live stream mod. But to say, like, once again, to say that, it's actually pretty cool to see, like, quite a few mods already coming sort of out of the community. And, you know, the courses and the tutorials. I mean, I would say that, you know, Zephy with Feywild was probably... I think you were the pioneer. I wish they added your mods items in the Nether update. Yeah, so that's... I think that Feywild was sort of the pioneer. That was the first, like, mod that... I mean, semi-released, because it's still in beta, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. I actually think we have everything, except for an item model. But that is, of course, yes, still in beta. Yeah, of course. But, you know, I mean, once again, don't sell yourself short. I mean, that's pretty, it's still pretty crazy cool. I do still, from time to time, send people to your GitHub repository because I know that you've done something in there. Like trading with entities and stuff. You know, and you have so many things in there, it's crazy. But I also have to admit I have not taken a look at it for quite a while. Neither the code nor the mod, because, I mean, I've just been too busy, to be honest. Just craziness. Yeah, I agree. It's a double-edged sword, right? It's great because it's easier to work with if you have like something like that, but yeah. Should make a video about GitHub and repositories because they just straight up confuse me. Man, I have added the stuff to... There it is, by the way. Well, I mean, okay, fair enough. That's what I'm getting. I have added how to make a GitHub repository in the 1.17 tutorial, the first one. So I actually have added that at the end. But yes, I do agree with you in some capacity. I want to make a sort of a tips video, like, hey, these are the best tips and tricks for, you know, Minecraft modding, and one of those will be, hey, use GitHub number 1 and number 2, use GitHub to actually search out like mods and take a look at them. That's sort of the idea. Okay, so I believe that the issue is that this one is not found. Have I just like not furnace? Is this written correctly? It is written correctly. We have live stream mod, also written correctly. The only thing that it can be then is probably that it doesn't have the facing stuff. So we will actually have to do the following. In this here our anonymous class. Fill state container? We'll probably have to do this. Do builder.add facing? Yeah, facing. I mean, this is really just like it's just not nice, is it? Let's just make a class out of it. It's just terrible. Herobrine's furnace block. It just does not look good. Directional block. Like, it works, yes, and we can do it, but just because we can doesn't mean that we should. It really doesn't. Get state for placement, and there I can actually copy over the stuff we have for the altar, because this makes the most sense here. Returning the default state with the opposite facing. So this is basically going to turn it around 180 degrees, and this is then not horizontal facing, but just normal facing. And then this is going to be renamed to context. And then we'll also rename this to properties, just because I just can't stand having no proper names in there. And then instead of having this as an anonymous class, we're just going to make this a normal class, or rather, Herobrine's Furnace block. Sure. Making sure that this is also written correctly, and I've not just screwed up here. Okay, was written correctly. Let's go. Let's continue. Let's see if this works. By the way, while we're on the topic of this, I have streamer mode enabled. Can someone tell me whether or not, if you're looking into the server, do I look like I'm streaming, or am I, like, do I still have this? So like the don't bother me, do not disturb me, and the actual Spotify here. Because I've not yet figured out how, how to display that. I was told that it does just display when you have streamer mode enabled, but for whatever reason it does not work. So yeah, that's, I don't know. DND. Do not disturb. Okay. It's red. It does not display. Okay, let me quickly check one thing. Okay, if I turn on to okay, now I'm online. Okay, it doesn't work. That's great to know. So we gotta fix that one for the next stream, because I feel like, some people, if they don't, if they haven't seen it, all desktop notifications will be disabled. That's totally fine, but how about you give me activity status. Display your current status. How about you display the status that I am streaming? Streamer mode. I have everything enabled. Automatically detect streamer mode. Hide personal information. Disable sounds. I don't know. We'll have to take a look at that. How to join the Discord server. Try out the command !Discord. That should give you a link to it, and then you can join in there. Okay, let's see. We have, I'm gonna actually say, okay, let's try that again. We actually have a kind of a great and cool community there. We help out a bit. It works. It just works. We have a pretty cool community there. Some help channels. There's a showcase channel where people just show that they are like insanely talented with textures and stuff. Yeah, and we also have sort of a general just channel where we sometimes just chat a little bit and I don't know, complain about the weather, or I don't know. I actually don't think that we complain at all. It's just kind of a cool thing. And also, of course, there's a bunch of stuff there. Yeah, so there it is. So the furnace, and I don't think I can, no. So this is the way I can place it. So the directional block definitely was the smart idea here. So this is what you're gonna need for the directional block. So let's just add craziness for different textures on different sides of a block of a block. I suggest using the directional block class and extending it pretty much like this. Both of these methods are mandatory. These methods are mandatory. And then the placement should work. Examples of the JSON, JSON files are examples of how those should look like. I don't know how those should look like. Something like that. Added a comment. Where are we? That is just craziness at this point. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's see. So we have the different texture here. So now let's do something crazy, because I gotta be honest, we're actually like through the most of the stuff that I wanted to get through. So let's add some more stuff to it. Let's do a weapon with 3D model. So let's now make a 3D model in Blockbench, which is actually going to be an item model, which we're going to use sort of as a weapon, let's say. So let's make a new project. Java block item, that's correct. And this is going to be, let's call this the, Kaupen staff. Sure, let's do it. Yes, let's do that. Excuse me. Okay, let's close, I guess. Close project. Nope. Java block model, and this is going to be the Kaupen staff. Yes. Well, let's make it like a cool staff. I don't know if I'll be able to make a cool staff, but I can try. That I can. That I definitely can. I remember another student of mine, you know, making like a really freaking cool like staffs, and making those. I was like, man, that's just way too freaking cool. I don't think that we want that. Sorry, I have to go. Will you upload the stream on YouTube? Yes, I will upload the stream on YouTube. Just wait a second. Just give me like just half a second. Just a moment. Just a moment. There you go. And this is this is where this is my new archive channel. So this is Kaupenjoe's archive, where I will basically upload all of the VODs in their entirety. You know, depending on, I don't know what I will do with the YouTube stuff, whether or not I will cut some stuff down and, you know, put that on the main channel, but that is definitely the VODs channel, so all of the stuff will go on there as well. So, yeah, there you go. And by the way, also, Benutzerpo, thank you very much for, you know, taking a part in the stream for a bit, and I'll see you around, hopefully. So let's, I actually think that we should make this maybe a little bit smaller, and then no. Sure, hope you have a great stream. Thank you very much. Maybe we can do something like this. I mean, actually, you know what? No. We can do something like this. We can make this a little bit smaller and then make this a little bit bigger. Actually, only one, yeah, something like that. And then this is going to be the place where you actually hold the staff. Now, how big is this? Already like quite big. Now we want to add like a cool top. No, not the face. I want to duplicate the entire block. Yeah. Okay, now let's see. Let's do something like... Oh, yes. The creative juices are flowing. This is going to be great. I'm sure of it. Exactly. Something like that, and then we're gonna... Oh, yeah. This guy, and then right here. And then another one right here. Now, that doesn't look like a staff of... I mean, it does... It almost looks like a trident, I'm not gonna lie. There's just no colors to it yet. That's the issue. That's the issue. We're gonna have like a floating thing in there. Now, I'm really curious, what does it look like with this? Is that one, like, removed? Would that also work? I actually think it works a little bit better. It doesn't look like too much of a, like a trident then. You have that. Okay, now let's add the textures. So let me actually move a bit here. So let me go right here again, while we're adding the textures to it. So let's, we're once again just gonna make colors. Because why not? This is gonna be gold. It's really funny because it this texture doesn't change because all of the cubes are already gold. But that's okay. So that's this like a wood type of texture. So we're gonna just make this a brown again, or similar to brown, something like that. So this is gonna be brown, sort of like a brown wood. And I'm gonna say apply to all, and then we're actually gonna change that. Yeah, let's do this. Apply here, and then let's do apply here as well. But then we're gonna make something like a light brown maybe. So if I were to do this like completely correctly, obviously I wouldn't take those textures. It would make it a little bit different. But we made this one. I made this one sort of like a light brown because this is where you actually hold the staff, so it would have some sort of like use. It would be looked used. So that's the idea here. And then we'll make this like, I don't know, kind of like iron maybe. No. Let's get iron, which is basically like light gray, I guess. Very light gray. Apply to all. Right, this guy, there it is. Apply to all, and then this guy gets an apply to all, and then those four also get an apply to all. There you go. You know, I mean, come on. I feel like as a sort of a magic staff thing, it kind of works. It kind of works. Now the crazy thing is, after we have added those, let's actually, like, I will actually save this. Oh, no, I actually want to save, like, oh, no, then now he's, okay, just a second. Okay, let's try this again. This is going to be the open staff. Now let's save all of that stuff in there. Save this guy, save this guy, save this guy, and save the JSON file. So that's the staff JSON. Yeah, that's all fine. Do not lose the progress here. And now what we can do once again, I move a little bit again. Oh, there you go. Go to display up here, and now the cool stuff happens, because now the question is, how does this look when we're actually holding it? I want to scale this up a little bit. Let's scale this to like 1.75 on all accounts. 1.75, 1.75. Yes. Look at it. That's great. Good. And let's translate this a little bit more. I like what I'm seeing. Okay. The other third person as well. So this is going to be 1.75 if I'm not mistaken. And this is going to be negative 0.25. Wasn't it? No, it was pretty much the other way around. And this was 0.5. Fair enough. And then how can you make it vertical so it look like an actual staff? What do you mean vertical? Like at this point, I mean, it, you know, it kind of works. Someone comes up in third person. In first person, I actually think that this is almost fine here. This is then 0.7, 0.75, 0.75. This is also a little bit, it's a little bit sided, so let's make this 0. Like 1 is fine, and then 1 here as well. No, this would be -1. So this would actually be... No, this should be fine. Okay. In first person, I actually think that this is almost fine. I think that we might be able to move this down a little bit. Like, just like a tiny bit higher. Something like that. Maybe an all once again. That's 0.25. I actually think that this is too big. I mean, this is too small. 0.2? Sure. So this is going to be, sorry, first person left. 0.2. Like negative 0.5. No, negative. Oh man, you can't. 0.5. And then 0.75. And this is going to be fine. Yeah. I mean, head just is not going to be something. Would it be cooler if it was like laying on the ground, like something like that? Like that would be kind of cool, way cooler. Something like that. When it drops. Then in the frame, I mean, this looks terrible. Definitely should look a little bit different. I mean, not too big outside. That would be a little weird. Something like that. Yeah. And in the inventory, I mean, actually kind of similar to the frame. EBH. This is only a 2-dimensional, so that doesn't really make that much of a difference. That's definitely not good. That and then 0.25, 0.25. A bit too big. Maybe only like 10% bigger. Yeah. And I even think that 10% bigger is just not going to work. If we have this on an angle like that, it's just not going to be... I actually think that we need to make this a little bit smaller, even 0.9. Crazily enough, let's take away 10%. Yes. Something like that. Nice. Right now, first of all, save, and then we can export this once again here. The model. I'm just gonna staff underscore just so that I have that addition to that. And then, if I'm not mistaken, we can actually put this into the item model as well. And this is gonna be the count staff. There you go. Oh, that's okay. Interesting. And I actually think that this should also work. So this is going to be block. Live stream mod :block. So let's do that. Let's just quickly go through. Everything looks fine. Now we just need to add all of those textures to the actually... Wait a second. That's item though. Yeah, that's item. Made with item bench. I mean, that's okay. Let's add those in the item textures then. And let's go. I actually think that that should work. I don't see a reason why that shouldn't work. Once again, if you don't know whether or not something works, the great thing is just try it out. So let's add a new item to it. And then let's see if that works. This is going to be the Kaupenjoe staff. And this is just going to be a normal item. Just like any old item in our item group. And that's okay. And let's also add the translation because definitely not tile. This is going to be once block. So this is going to be altar. Just gonna, yeah. Open altar. There's the altar. Oh. And the other one is Herobrine's Furnace, which is still Herobrine's Furnace. Kind of a, I don't know. Okay. And then this is the Kaupen staff. Yes. And then this is the Kaupen staff. Let's go. Okay. So let's see. The great thing about coding and programming is that you can just try it out. No harm in that, except for maybe wasting like a couple of minutes or seconds at most, I would say. Most. Okay. That's pretty much it. Okay, let's go. Let's see if that has worked. Because that would be great. Turbine's furnace. Thank you. Okay, there it is. Staff. Dude. Come on. If you saw, like, a player run towards you with that, let's dual wield it. Oh, baby, let's go. That's so ridiculous. That's so good. Yeah, so using the item model, actually, really easy as well. So that's, yeah, I mean, custom item models and custom like block models is not that complicated, all things considered. I mean, that's pretty cool. Have like a magic staff like that. Let's see. And that pretty much adds that as well. I mean, I wanted to make like a kind of a magic staff anyway. But I'm not sure that I want to do anything with the with networking with the particles, because magic staff would definitely have to do something with networking. Because if I wanted to spawn like an entity, I mean, actually, I could probably take the item, the mod bow item. I could probably, you know, take this guy, make a custom entity instead of the abstract arrow entity right here. You know, make a new projectile entity, spawn that, and do stuff with that. I don't know. If that is. And I don't know, this seems like really quite complicated, to be honest. Let's just try it. Why not? Let's just try it. Let's just make a staff item. Staff item. Sure. Which is going to actually extend the shootable item. Those are public, so I should be able to override the inventory here. Or make it shootable item. Shootable item. And we'll implement these two methods. So this is the predicate for the armor. And then Funk 32 something. Which is the cooldown, I believe. 15. That's... I don't know what that means. So that's great. Minus cooldown. Which is I, which is entity range? Distance. How would that work? How would... That absolutely makes no sense, but okay. Let's add 15 to it for the time being. And let's also create a constructor matching super with some properties. There you go. Now, how does the predicate for the bow item look? Returns arrows. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so this is basically it. So let's just make and does this always have to be a freaking item stack? That's kind of... I mean, it would probably make the most sense to have something proper in here. Let's just make something proper. What the frick? It doesn't really make sense, if I'm absolutely honest. But why not just like add a like the most simple stuff? I'm thinking about something like a something mana. No, let's actually make this. Let's keep this like round. Let's just add some shading or something like that. I mean, man, that's just mana bowl. Is this really necessary? That's a question from me, by the way. I don't feel like it is, but that's just... Let's call this the mana projectile. I don't know, let's go export. Excuse me, export please, thank you very much. That's not right. Let's go. Oh, staff, sure. Right here, this is the mana projectile. I think actually, interestingly enough, and we're gonna try that in a bit, I actually think that you can get around this mana projectile. Mana projectile. And the way you can get around this is because right here, what we're going to do is, so this one, guys, so predicate basically is you take in something and then you return a boolean. So in theory, we can also just say, you know, item stack, return true. I'm like 85% sure. So we could also just say that. We could, shouldn't we? But like, it is not a predicate though. Exactly. Oh, okay. There you go, something like that. I mean, oh, that does not work, but true work. Okay, that's just really weird. On the one hand, it's like, okay, yeah, that also makes sense. There you go. So it doesn't matter. It basically doesn't matter what the item stack is, just it's always true. So then we don't need the projectile. Let's do it without the projectile first, and then we can see. 15 shootable item. Anything else? So the bow item does use a lot. So let's take the entire method here and let's add it to the staff item. Okay, so this is get arrow velocity and then custom arrow, which are two methods. So get arrow velocity from the bow's charge. Makes sense to kind of like add something similar to it actually. Let's just try that. And then the custom arrow method is just returns an arrow. That's such a weird method here. Like that's genuinely really weird. I mean, it has to be like, there has to be a reason why that is there, but that's still like kind of weird. Get rid of the enchantment stuff, flame stuff, all of that be gone. And then I guess instead of an abstract arrow entity, we actually want our own entity. So I guess Christmas comes early for some people because now we're gonna make a custom entity. Projectile. This is the like magic entity. No, magic spell entity. Yeah. Yes. That's good. Then projectile entity. The question is, wait a second, this is an abstract arrow, right? Where is this like? This later gets converted to a... Wait, why does it... Why would that be an abstract arrow? Create arrow. Kind of weird, but... Okay. Sure. Register data. Spawn packet. Don't like what I'm seeing, man. I don't like what I'm seeing. This is not good. This is very bad indeed. No default constructor. Yeah, like... Is there no, like, constructor matching super, my friend? There does not seem to be. Because that one is actually interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but like there's no super in here though, right? Like I can't call that because that's private. Fascinating. So that's why this is super. How does that work? Why didn't it ask me to? Not public. Cannot be accessed outside of the package. Yeah, but what? This guy is this constructor is private though? Okay, I'm gonna check this. This is gonna be like Java no access modifier. A variable or method declared without any access modifier is available to any other class in the same package. The field in an interface... okay, that's actually... I was not 100% sure of that. But that, of course, makes this absolutely useless. And I'm like 85%... I don't know, I'm like 95% certain that we can't change the access modifier of a constructor with access transformers. I do not believe that that works. So that is an interesting thing. I did not know was an issue. We could take the abstract arrow entity here because this is protected, so that would work. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, sure, I guess. Let's do that then. Item stack, get arrow entity. Okay. This is probably not, like, he doesn't like it that it's null, but how about I do item stack dot, no. New item stack, items dot air. We're just gonna drop some air when it drops. Sure. Now the crane spawn packet, that is the one thing I'm like not sure I like. Tracked entity. Oh no, this is just not good at all, is it? Create spawn packet. This not, yes, there it is. S spawn objects packet. Ah, that's good. That's good. We just need to do, we just, you know, just take this. It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Here, there you go. And override as well, so that we know that it's overridden there. Bam, easy. Yep, that's totally fine. Register data. What does the abstract arrow entity register? Read additional. I mean, look at all of that stuff, man. Ray trace entities. I actually think that this is like just not. This is not good. Oh my god, this is such a crazy freaking thing. Critical and appears level. But this has to be implemented, right? Because the no, actually it doesn't. We don't have to implement that anymore. We also don't have to implement this. We should implement that though. Well, let's just do the absolute craziness. Let's go in here. Let's first of all save this. Let's close this project and let's make a modded entity. And it's going to be the magic spell. Magic_spell. Now, making an entity is pretty much the same. Whoa. What the VIP? When did that happen? Well, it happened. Was it when I expressed the desire to have your babies? No. I just did it pretty much like before the stream started, because last time you were kicked by, or like, not kicked, but time-outed by Nightbot because you posted a link. And VIPs are actually allowed to post links by Nightbot. I was like, yeah, why not add Platinum to it as well? So overall, the actual, like, you know, magic spell shouldn't be too crazy here. Let's just make this like a 3x3 thing. I don't know if I can make this see-through, but that would be pretty cool. Can I? I might be able to. Of course I can. I should be able to. Yeah. Well, VIP pretty much is just like, you know, sort of extra recognition in the stream so people can see that you're a VIP. Stuff like that. It's just, you know, a little bit of extra stuff. So, what would be the best thing actually is to make one, like if that would work, right here where we're making this, to make this like a gray color. Say yes, add this to it, so it actually is a little bit see-through, as you can see, which is really freaking cool, right? So it is see-through. Now, what would be best is if we could add a color through the code, right? So if we spawn a different spell, so to speak, that we then change the color of this entity. That would be the coolest thing to do. And I actually think, you know, look, if we're walking on ice, we might as well dance, right? Let's just go absolutely crazy. Oh, this is just not a good idea. But okay, Kaupenstaff. Yeah, this is not texture. This is gonna be the magic spell. Yeah, magic spell PNG. And then this is not a custom model. This is the magic_spell. Java. Okay. So this would be entity, projectile. Let's make a new magic spell renderer. And a new magic spell a model. Actually what we need. A model. There you go. And this is, oh, let's do following. Let's get rid of like basically all of this. Yes. And this is pretty much this guy. Custom model. Not the renderer, the model. I want the model. There you go. Entity. Model renderer. Yes, please. Magic spell here, please. Thank you. Texture. No. Like, oh. Entity model. That's what we need to import. And then this guy. And then the vertex builder. We don't need to set any rotation angles because there's no rotation here. Do we actually need that method? I guess we do. We do need that method. Okay, fair enough. Then there's just like nothing, because it can rotate however we want to. It doesn't matter to us. Okay, now I actually do have to check though how to continue, because I'm not sure. Let's just take a look at the like arrow renderer. Oh Lord in heaven. Excuse me. Sure. Hello Kaupenjoe. What are your thoughts on lima beans? This topic is very near and dear to my heart, and I would love to get your 2 cents. Is that like a ligma? Ligma beans? I'm just joking. yeah, I mean, like lima beans I'm not too familiar with. Like, just like normal beans. Like, beans I like. Beans are a thumbs up from me. Oh, is there like another one? Oh my god, this is like a tipped arrow renderer, which has a different stuff here. Okay. Okay. It's just, no. Good opinion. Let's just make this like a renderer type T, which extends the magic spell entity. Nope, the magic spell entity, which extends the entity renderer T. Get texture. Easy enough. That's not an issue, because that is going to be very easy in the textures folder and entity folder. And then in there, we're going to put the magic spell texture. Bam. Right there. There it is. Magic spell. I have no idea if this is going to work, by the way. Like, genuinely. Private static final resource location texture. Go to a new resource location with my mod ID. Livestreamer mod.mod ID. Magic spell. Now. Okay, that's not gonna work. Am I somehow able to color that texture? I don't know. But we're gonna see. Is there anything from entities that might be colored? Let's think about entities. Not the sheep, though. I do not believe that the sheep are colored. Like, differently. I think that they just have 60 different models. But who knows? Sheep wool layer. We might be onto something here. Oh lord in heaven. Why is this? Sheep wool model. Okay, so this is just the wool. Of course, that needs to be a different model, because you can shave it off. Sheep fur PNG. Now the question comes in. Oh, that's crazy. Does it have the Jeb name? And if that's the case, then we're gonna do craziness. Sheep entity get dye RGB. F. And then we're gonna say render copy cutout model with a whole bunch of stuff. This is in the layer renderer. And I actually think that this might be possible, which is really just terrible. Oh my Lanta, dude. Okay. What layer should we use? Jesus. Energy layer. That makes sense. As the creeper charge around the creeper. Actually, very interesting. Man, that's craziness. I'm thinking abstract eyes. Ah, the Enderman eyes as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Stuck in body layer. What is there? Arrow. Oh, okay. That's actually. I was thinking about something completely different for a moment. Stuck in body layer. Oh no. Layer renderer is of type entity and of type model. And there we can, yeah, there it is, run red, green, and blue. I actually think we can change that. Okay, let's do the following. Let's not, let's do the following. Let's do, oh, no. Let's just keep this open. Let's keep the layer renderer open, layer renderer. And let's think about this once we actually fire something. Because I believe that it should be fairly straightforward to actually do this. But like always, you know, famous last words. If that is, you know, easy though, man. And now I actually will need to take a look at the other repository because I do not know off the top of my head how to register the render stuff. Rendering registry dot register entity rendering handler, which is gonna, oh no, I need the mod entity types. Oh no, mod entity types, because this is an entity. This is a normal like entity. Livestream mod with a register method, which is going to be called in the livestream mod constructor right here. A register event bus. Easy enough. And then this is going to be entity types. Not quite. Entity types like this, right? Yes. Okay, and then that's going to have a... Just going to copy this over and we're going to change it because that's easier. This is the magic spell entity with the magic spell new. This is the magic underscore spell. And this is livestream mod magic underscore spell. Sure. Now this does not work because we do not have a constructor here that is... Oh, first of all, it's not public. That's number one. That might actually already fix it. I'm not sure. Public. Yeah, okay, there you go. It's not the buff zombie, but it's the magic spell. This is also not a monster. This is probably miscellaneous, I would argue. Because it's like... What is the abstract arrow? If that even has one. Abstract or the arrow itself. Like, no, like an arrow. I want the arrow. Currently, I'm trying to implement my own recipe type with your tutorial. I modified it to accept any position of item in 7 slots. Tile has, instead of saying item 1, needs to be slot 1, etc. The last part I'm not 100% sure. I modified it to accept any position of items in the 7 slots. Tile energy has. Bina! Let's go! Thank you very much for the follow. I modified it to accept any position of items in the 7 slots. The tile entity has, instead of saying item 1 needs to be in slot 1. Okay, so... Okay, if I understand it correctly, you have 7 slots in your tile entity, and you don't say... you are not restricting what you can put into each of the individual slots, but it's just like any position. Okay. Like the recipe types, like especially if you're getting to like 7 slots, can also become kind of complicated, but yeah. Magic spell? Yes, exactly. Okay, good. Okay, then I have understood. 0.3. 0.3. Let's actually take a look at how big the arrow entity... Right, this is created somewhere, right? Color. Projectile helper. Entity type, that's what I wanted to see. 0.5, okay. Interesting. Tracking range. Do I need to add this? Let's just add it. I mean, why not? What was the other one? I think it was update interval 20. Update interval 20. Sure. Let's just add it, because worst thing that can happen is like the game can crash, I guess. Let's see. Let's do mod entity types dot magic spell dot get, and then this is gonna be the spell magic spell renderer ; new. Is it the renderer? I believe it is. It would be at least. Okay. This should be the renderer, but we need a... Oh, okay. Is this also not? Yep. Okay. Like I suspected. I think this is public as well. And then no more arrows. Good. Now let's try to actually just spawn it in the freaking staff. Literally just when I stop pressing the right thing from a jig, I basically wanna... Okay, first of all, no. None of that stuff. None of that stuff. I don't need anything here. We don't need to create a new arrow. No velocity that we want to get, really. I pretty much only want to get this guy. And then I want to get this guy. Right, so I want this. And then instead of a, you know, like a create new arrow, or arrow item, go to again. Arrow item. Where is this? This is an arrow item thing. So how does that work exactly? You need that to call the create arrow method. That's so weird. Why would they put that on the item? That's such a weird way of doing it. Because, like, I should be able. I mean, let's see. I feel like I should be able to just sort of take this and do the following. Just make like a... Okay, this is gonna return a arrow entity. Nitron Cat, hello there. We're currently in the absolute midst and depths of making a magic staff that fires a custom projectile entity, and I am like at this point only 40% confident that we are gonna get somewhere. But 40%? Come on, man. I missed the entire stream. I was at school. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, luckily we have a new VODs channel, which I can give you the link to if you want to. And that is basically where all of the VODs will go from now on. So that is something that is also that you can keep in mind. So let me just quickly... There you go. So that is the new VODs channel. Basically, all of the VODs are going to go there, you know, pretty much after I'm done streaming, I'm going to export it. And then when I'm affiliate, I will have to wait about a day until they get uploaded there. But nonetheless, that's pretty much where those will go. And I might cut up some pieces of the streams and will also put them online on the main channel. However, I do not know yet, because, you know, taking like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour, 5 hour like recording and cutting that down into pieces, actually kind of time consuming, if you can imagine. So that's probably something that is going to happen less and less, because it's just, I don't think that it's quite worth it. But we're going to see. I have not yet made up my mind. Player entity. Where is the shooter? Somewhere down here. What? Ah, yes, okay. This is just the player entity. Nope. World. Wait, what the hell? Magic entity? Not quite how this is going to work. Also, this needs to be this guy. Set potion effect. That is the weirdest stuff. That is the weirdest stuff. Okay. Okay. Chat, let's do the following. Let's do a very short BRB. Let me quickly go to the BRB, which is not updated yet. I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes and I will be back. Just a little bit of a break. Hello there. I'm back. Okay. With a fresh mind, we can now approach this. And by the way, yes, Nitron Cut, it actually is a really cool animation. You will be able to see it again. There you go. It does, however, apparently kill all of the chat that was previously there. So that's something to think about. Yeah, the actual animation was made by sort of my graphic designer, I guess I have, a good friend of mine, this Fane. And the sound I added on my own. Now, what I did miss, apparently, was a follow from Joshix TV. Thank you very much for the follow. So at this point, let me quickly check. 93 followers. Oh, we're very close to that 100. Okay, so let's let's get this going again. We have the magic spell. I wanted to check the arrow item. How does that one do it? This actually has a super entity arrow. Okay, shooter world, which has okay. We'll just take the arrow item here, add it here, and then this is of course mod entity types dot magic spell dot get with a shooter in the world. Easy enough. No, please. Excuse me. Why does this keep happening? Kind of annoying sometimes. This was the entity. Okay. And then we can actually... Do we need the shooter here? The question is, for what do we need the shooter? This is abstract arrow entity, but this is also an abstract arrow entity, so this makes sense. And this guy, we can change. Can we change it? Do we need to change it? There's no more issue here. Magic spell. Magic spell, yes. I don't even know, once again, why we should set ocean effect. I'm a little bit confused about that. Okay. So now we have the magic spell that in theory should be created. Now the question is, can we do this? We can. Oh, we don't have F. We don't have an F. That's not good. What was F once more? F was get velocity. That's not even an issue at all. There we go. Now we have F again. Now we don't have I. I was get use duration minus time left. That's very interesting, actually. I do not believe that this is going to have a use duration, but let's just add it. And then let's get rid of this. Let's definitely check whether or not we're here. I'm going to change my Twitch password. Yes, that's a very good idea. Actually, you should definitely do that. Let's do all of that here. And then let's just add the stuff right here. Pickup, status, yeah, whatever. No. Excuse me, there you go. And then let's just set direction. Sure. Yeah, there you go. That's a F. No more F. But we used F just before to add some stuff to it, right? This guy. Need this guy again. Yeah, exactly. There it is. Okay. Now we're fine, I think. Let's take this way up to here. I have no freaking idea what is going to happen when I right-click with the staff. But what I can tell you is that it's going to be very interesting. Like, at least that. If nothing else, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be the staff item. Let's try this. Okay, we have the staff there. We have the staff there. We have created a entity here. We have made the renderer. We have the model somewhere. Oh, that's not good. Why though? I think I know why. Need to change this. Get rid of this guy. Only have world in there, I believe. No, we don't. Create constructor. Sure. With an entity? Yeah, but why the frick? Magic spell entity. Yeah, okay. But why is this the case then? Wait a second. Why is that an issue? Okay, let me check the other stuff again, because sometimes that will reveal the answer. So this need... No worries there. I know what the issue is. If I find the correct class, well, this needs to be question mark extends magic spell item. Entity, there you go, that's what I mean. Really? That's so weird. Entity type? He's not okay with entity type question mark and a world. I'm honestly not 100% sure why he's not okay with this, because usually, let's go back. Like, no. Yeah, well, I mean, sure. Let's get rid of that guy. Oh, abstract arrow entity. Okay, but why doesn't this work then? Like, that is so weird. Like, entity type entity. Why is it supposed to be entity? I'm like really confused now. Because this is not like this. Of all the places where I would have thought that this would not work, this is definitely not one of them. Because the... Man, is this not public again? Is that just the issue? No, it's all public. Actually does need to be this. Like that. And then we should still be able to do this. Now, it still does not work, which is freaking insane to me. Okay, then... And the thing is, it doesn't work again. Can I do... Fucking... I don't know, man. Why? That is like genuinely just really frustrating. Okay. No. Let's take another look. I don't understand that. I have an entity type of magic spell entity. Totally fine, easy enough. I have pretty much the same thing in the other class. And then inside of the constructor for the other entity, instead of a entity type, you know, extends the magic spell entity, I have an entity type extends abstract arrow entity, which of course is still an entity. So I don't even know why the freaking mod entity is here complaining, being like, yo, this has to be an entity. I'm like, what are you talking about? This has to be an entity. Insert super. We call this super. I mean, I have no issue with this. Then this guy's gonna be like, hey, no, I don't want a wild card, because this in theory is exactly the same constructor as this guy. Am I missing something? Am I like missing something that's incredibly huge? Like, it just doesn't work with 2 parameters, right? Yeah, okay, so it just doesn't work with multiple ones. That's but that doesn't make sense as well. But why would that be an issue, man? because it doesn't know which to take. Kind of frustrating, man. But does the arrow do it though? Because the arrow inside of the entity types is literally created with that as well. New. Which points to this guy. So if you have a new constructor in the entity here, which is going to be called this guy, and then this guy, and called super to that, how does then the mod entity types is like, well, now I'm confused. Like that, what? I don't think that makes sense. Like there's no difference. Like this, it just doesn't. American superhero, what's up? Hello there. I'm currently trying to figure out how to make a magic spell, which is basically an entity, and fire that from my custom. This is the magic spell. I know, it looks amazing. And this is our staff. This is the Kaupen staff. Basically firing from that a magic spell in some capacity. Now, currently stuck on the fact that I can't have multiple constructors in the entity class for whatever reason. Which is not too good. Okay. That would also, I might be able to wait a second. Is this in the same? The spell is the box. Yes, it's to the box, so the box is wait. Yes, but if the thing would work, it doesn't work right now. It's sort of like see-through. And I want to color it. Zephy, thank you very much for, looking by. Thank you very much for good luck as well. That's pretty good. I will need it probably. I'll watch what result will be. Well, I'm getting less confident by the minute. Let's say it like that. I'm getting less confident by the minute. But once again, thank you for taking a look at the actual stream. Thank you. Yeah, so this is just really weird. I just don't know. This works. Everything's fine. This should be... Oh, yeah. And then we have the issue here. Because we can't create it with only those two. And we also can't really add an entity shooter in here. Because that also doesn't work. Like, no, like, just add the entity here. Do this. Yeah. Right, because then he's gonna complain again, this guy. He'll be like, are you craziness? This doesn't work. Well, yeah, I know, but I need an entity type iFactory, which literally just takes in a entity type and a world. What a piece. Piece. Why? Yeah, I understand. And then I get rid of this. And I say like, I don't even know why this is the case. Entity shooter. And then I could say, okay, other way around. That's fine. That's okay. Shooter, comma world. And that is supposed to be a... I don't know, this is supposed to be a player entity, I believe. A living entity. That's also fine. There you go. But then once again, the entity types is going to be like, wait, now I'm confused. which constructor am I supposed to take? And I'm like, the one constructor that is literally the factory. This guy. You should take this guy. This constructor is what you're supposed to take. I don't understand this. Now I'm like really I don't know why this doesn't work. Okay. Let's there's just nothing to freaking Google as well. It's like there's just nothing there. Let's think about this. What would I Google? How to change, how to add custom arrow entity Minecraft Forge. Does anyone know of a mod that adds custom arrows, like actually looking different? That would be really useful right now. Okay, that's completely different how I do it. I mean, that is also something that you could do, but I don't think that that's not gonna solve anything. I think I'm also very much like tunnel visualing or tunnel. What is it called? Tunnel vision? There you go, tunnel vision. Tunnel visioning, that's what I say. Windcraft. Look, man, I'll take anything I can get. Plus, I don't think they're Forge. I mean, that definitely is kind of an issue, yeah. No, it seems like that's Forge. If that's the, that's the utils, but fair enough. Man. A Pharaoh General Public License. Public use, commercial use. Preamble. Copyleft license. Always terrible. Depends. I mean, not the worst thing, but yeah. No. No, I don't think so. Well, whatever the case may be. Yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, that doesn't really get me anywhere closer, really, because it's too. Also, the copyleft isn't like, don't want to enemy entity dart. Suppress warning unchecked. Here, as you can clearly see, this person has the abstract arrow, and they also have. How about we do the following? Let's search for abstract arrow. GitHub. Let's see. We can also just search for other stuff. Abstract arrow entity. Let's select Java and let's see here. Charge bow. No. I want custom abstract entity. No, this is gonna be, because I don't think that if I add extends, this is gonna work. Or it might actually. Damn you. Oh. The test mod with pretty much the same license as that stuff. 9 months ago. Baba Booey. I mean, that's actually hilarious. The real question is, oh man, that's a lot of stuff actually. That's mod, fair enough. Entities. Bullet entity. Ah, a bullet entity. Where is that reference? Wait a sec, but this is not, like, is this not registered anywhere? Like, test gun. Yeah, but, like, you need to register that, though. Hello? Registry. Oh, Lord in heaven. Test projector. Entities? Entities. Which is different register. Which is block style entities. Entities. There it is. Bullet entity new. No way. If that works, I'm gonna go crazy. I don't think it will, but you know, you have to add that to the build, right? Oh, but after the dot? That is the weirdest stuff. I can't freaking believe it. It actually works, dude. That's amazing. Just this guy. Just this guy. What the hell? That's actually craziness. That's crazy. Also, this looks absolutely just not nice at all. But it works. I'm not gonna complain. Okay. Perfect. Now we actually don't have any errors, so now now we can actually try this out. Like, we weren't even able to try this out even once. So let's just quickly double check that everything works. I mean, it's not gonna work the first time anyway, but who knows? Who knows, man? We just need to add no, I think that the model is should be referenced here, I believe, in the renderer. Yes. So this should be let me, oh man, this is a mob render. Actually want the model. These gotta take a look at this. Okay, so I want, this is fine. I actually want a different super here. So this is the render manager. That's fine. Let's put this in here. Oh, but does this also have a type here? Entity renderer? It's weird. Oh, because this is not the mob renderer. Okay, this is also not the living renderer. That's correct. Well, where do I use this then? Well, okay, let's just see. Imagine if it just crashes. It's very likely, but then we get an error log, which we can then use to identify what we have done wrong. And that's pretty much the way we need to go. I need to look at the arrow model, I believe. You know, that's always the great thing when you don't have a model file. Didn't we have that though? I'm like sure that we had that. Was there not like an arrow model, like a model somewhere, like a model though? Model. Talking about what? I'm gonna freaking. There's no arrow. There's no arrow. There's a projectile. Oh, there's no projectile. Where does the freaking arrow get its model from then? This guy, I guess, but like, why? Let's just start the game. Let's see what happens. Let's just start the game. What's the worst that can happen? It doesn't work. That's the worst that can happen. Why the model is kind of bothering me. Okay, well, we're gonna see. That's just no, not multiplayer. New world. Let's go in there. By the way, Nitron Cat, I'm drinking like, what is that? Like 70% of your name? Okay, so I'm right-clicking, and just like literally nothing happens. Now the reason, let's go. Now the reason is probably because, have I forgotten to actually like, I'm definitely making the staff item here. Okay. Okay, nothing happens, which of course is totally fine. I would say not necessarily preferable to it crashing, because then we at least would have known that something works. But it's probably the well, actually, it shouldn't be. What happens on the bow? The bow, when we start pressing right click. This is on item right click. Exactly. That's what. It just works. As you can see, it just works. Find ammo. We don't need any of that crap. None of that. Just give me a. Just do this, guy. Just do this. Yep, that's fine. Initiate right-click behavior. Now the big question is actually the on-knock. Whether or not that is actually needed. Enjoy the little things. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's try that. So if, you know, maybe something happens here. Actually, stop this guy. I'm just gonna add a breakpoint here. And we're gonna start this in debug mode just to see if this works. If this is even called ever. Because if it's not, then well. No wonder it does not work then. Okay. Let's see. Let's try again with the great and mighty Kaupen staff to fire off a magic spell. Okay. I mean, that's, you know. Okay, this, you know, you don't see anything here, but you do see something here. That's a good start. You might not think that it is. It's actually better than you might guess. That's probably because we're actually setting this to active. But then this guy here is never called, so this is kind of weird. So we don't even reach this. Like, not even in here. Like, we're not even there. This is the fucking crazy thing. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Why is that not called? On stopped using. I mean, it just releases the use button, so I stop right click, like I stop the right clicking button. Hey Kaupen, do you mind if I try make a more detailed version of your stuff? No, go ahead. Go ahead. Feel free. I mean, you know, it's just you know, it's definitely a very low, like low poly, it's not the right word, just a low detail version, I guess. Okay, but still. So the entire method here is never even called the player stopped using method. Like we don't even enter into here. Now, the reason is probably, I don't think that there is a reason. Like it should just work, which I know is at this point become kind of like a funny catchphrase, but it should be called. Which is the weird thing about it. This is the living entity active item stack. So probably the issue is that when we set this active, there it is. Get use duration. And now let me show you something. Oh. So the issues is probably only used for one frame, and on that frame I would have to release the right click. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the bow. And what does that one have? Get use duration. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty good. Get use duration. So let's just take the same use duration. And now we should also like the right click should actually hold it down more or less. And then anywhere in that time frame, I should be able to by the way, I did figure this one out, right? So that was like an hour. Does that mean that you could only hold a bow for an hour? And then it would like just stop? That's actually a very interesting thing to test at some point. But I'm fairly certain that it was right. So this is like, you know, if this is in ticks, you divide by 20, you get the seconds, and then you divide by 60 to get the minutes. Right? Yeah. That would be interesting. Well, that's where you're wrong. We'll try this. I will try this at some point. I'll just start the recording, and I'll put something on my mouse, and then after 60 minutes, it might just, you know, stop. Oh, okay. We have actually entered into the on player stopped using method. Let's go. Okay, let me continue with this. Did you hear that? Like, it actually, like, tried to, like, fire an arrow. Did you hear that? Like, the arrow stuff is, like, being... Okay. But that is actually really good. So now... no, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Okay, so, let's first of all say time set day. Okay, let me get some sort of spawn egg here. Sure, a chicken. Wait, why does that... Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, we're spawning a new magic spell. And then we're adding it down here. Does this work? I mean, it all seems to work. Yeah, new magic spell. It just doesn't have a renderer, so we don't see anything to it. But it is added. The real question is, does it hit? Oh, man, it did hit. It hit. That's the weirdest stuff. That's so weird. So it's basically like the arrow more or less is just like, it just falls down. That's so weird. Oh, man. And we just can't see it at the moment. But that's pretty cool. I mean, that is insane, though. That's way more than I thought was, you know, was the thing. So this is just the issues because probably the get arrow velocity here doesn't work because the charge we're putting in here doesn't quite work. So that's probably what I'm thinking about. Because this time left is probably the thing that doesn't work because... the get item in use count, this guy probably, where is this on the living entity? There's probably something there where this yeah, it's probably the chart. There it is. Yeah, it's item model properties again, pretty much the pole property that we would have to add there as well. I don't really care, so let's just try that. We're not going to make a bow here, but we're going to make this guy. This is the... what is the item model properties? That register property. We're going to do that with the mod items dot staff dot get. And this, in theory, should actually add the use duration stuff so that the entity actually flies in an arc, similar to basically the arrow. Yes, that is what should happen. If that is the case, then it shouldn't just fall down anymore. We still won't be able to see anything, but we should at least be able to shoot it. Yeah, I didn't think that we would get, like, I would get this far, actually. That's craziness. That's so good. Okay, let's see. So, let's see. Dude, this is insane. I'm actually able to fire this guy. Dude, this is freaking amazing. If we now get the, like, visual going, if there's actually, like, something flying through the air. Dude, that's like... Damn, so cool. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Crazy. Now, I need to somehow put a model onto this. That is the next thing that we need to do. The arrow renderer, you would think that this is something to do with the spell renderer here, but it doesn't, because there's no model attached to this. So this is the sort of the issue. Okay, let's see. Does this like have any type of model here? What an absolutely crazy thing. Does something like the minecart not have a model? Like minecart model? Does that not exist? It does exist. A segmented model? Yeah, but how is this like relate to the renderer? Entity model. Oh. And then it's just, where's this return? Oh, it's just literally in the render method. Sure, let's try it. Render? Yeah, there it is, render method. Oh, no issue at all. Okay, sure. Let's this guy, it's just a new model. Do the same thing. Call this the magic spell model. Without that? Or maybe with it? Why? Okay, oh yeah, sure, no issue whatsoever. And then I believe I could actually do this. And this is a little bit... E extends entity, which is a model... Sorry, where is this? Entity model. I need to get back to the model, which is going to be in TT. That way. And then we do need to add a different constructor here. Actually, we shouldn't. Yeah, and now it should work. This is the model magic spell. And then we literally just call... No, in the render method, just call render. With all of this craziness. Oh man. It's just terrible. The freaking names again. The matrix stack we need to call here. And then we need the vertex buffer. We do have that, I believe. This should be this guy. This is the vertex buffer. I believe. Hopefully. And then this should be a packed light in. Let's just, you know what? Let's just take this guy. I don't know, where am I? I am in the model. I want to go into the segmented model. Do I? No. I'm gonna go in here. Look at this guy. Just copy this guy. Put it in here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go up here. Just take all of those guys, because this is literally the same method. Just in another class, and then we're gonna take those. So the only thing that doesn't work is this guy. Oh, because he actually changes that in here somewhere. Yeah, this guy gets a different buffer. For the render type, I don't have a render type there, so I don't think we need that. We do need that, okay. I'm just gonna try. I have no idea what's going on here. I do a little bit, but the render stuff. And then, by the way, we actually have here red, green, blue. If we can now actually change that as well, when we render that, we can basically change the color of the actual spell, which would be freaking nuts. If that actually works, holy crap. Wouldn't that be crazy? Okay, and now we just need to change the names in here, and then it's all just a matter of trying it once again. Backlight, and then this is the buffer. Does this do anything else? Well, set rotation angles just does not matter to us. So, and then we should call pop instead of the super. Doesn't this call it pop anyway? No. Whatever, let's just call it. Why not? I don't even know what that would do. But now we should be using the model in some capacity right here. Let's try it. Man, if there is like a fucking green ball spawning there, I would, or a gray ball, I would go fucking nuts. That would be, I would go, it would be so far ahead of what I actually thought we would get to. Craziness. Genuine, absolute craziness. Amazing. Oh, man. Not even. Hey, are you ready? Okay, nothing happened. Always great to see. Let's go into the renderer. Okay, of course I haven't, you know, started this in debug mode. Go into the renderer and let's actually, like, just see. Overlay texture and get entity textured. Makes sense. Get render type. Okay. Let's see if this is even called. I think it should be, but who knows? Who knows? So, nothing, and now, nope. Okay, let me put that on the different monitor. Okay, so the render method here is never called. Arrow renderer, very interesting as well, by the way. Draw vertex. I actually think that the actual arrow entity is just drawn inside of the code, like with this stuff here. This is the actual, like, arrow literally being drawn in this render method, which is pretty crazy. That is actually really crazy. And then the question comes in, where's this called? That's always the question. Only on the client makes sense. The tipped arrow renderer, which is created with the registry, entity render manager, is pretty much exactly what I do as well. Really interesting. That's pretty much exactly what we're doing as well. Just with the model being made. If that is done. Does not seem to be called as well. So the model is actually also not called, which is very interesting. So then the question is, does the renderer even get made? Well, this one should be made way in advance. Oh, sorry, wait, not here, but like down here. This guy, there it is. So here this should be called. But then at some point the render method should be there as well. Let's see, living renderer, mob renderer, entity render manager, that render. Well, if I put a breakpoint there, it's probably not going to work. Interesting, interesting. I don't know. Model. It's being done here. Maybe we're getting anything in down here. Maybe expel or something like that. Nothing. We're getting nothing. No errors, no warnings, nor anything, really. So interesting, man. Entity rendering handler. Yeah, that's correct. That's just an entity. As the expel there. Crazy. Absolute madness. Okay, let's close Minecraft again. Okay, we'll do like a... Oh, Danny6520. Danny, thank you very much for the follow. We're gonna try a few more things, and then I think I'm gonna maybe switch to playing a little bit, because at this point I'm seeing like once again the matrix stacks flying through here. But we've gotten like I'm actually surprised at how far we've come with this, because that is craziness. Actually spawn something that is in the world, it just doesn't show, so it just does not render, which is pretty much exactly the issue that was like in here, right? So that's pretty much it. I ended up using the vanilla entity arrow for now. So that's really the question. This is also custom arrow entity not rendering. So this is basically the issue that we have now as well. Register, and yeah, that we have that. Easy enough. No issue whatsoever. Okay. Add a subscribe. No, we have that. I'm like sure of that. Neither the arrow renderer was in a hurry. Can you post your code on GitHub? Here's my GitHub. 2 years ago. That seems like too old. 14. Worth giving a shot, I guess. Also the unlicensed, so it literally has no license attached to it. Entity Dart. There's no renderer again, or model. Maybe it's in the client actually. It is in the client. There is a renderer, which is just an arrow renderer with a different resource location. Okay. I think I've discovered the issue. My entity doesn't exist client side. So this is a rabbit hole, just goes deeper and deeper. Spawn entity. Oh no. Wait, maybe but that wouldn't make any sense though. Because, wait a sec. Okay, I can tell you my ideas. In the entity, before we were using the abstract arrow, we were using the projectile entity, which basically said, hey, you have to implement 2 methods, which is number 1 was the like a func method, and the other one was the I don't it was somewhere in here. It was a spawn packet. It was a spawn packet. Create spawn packet. This guy. Which is a tracked entity thing. Oh man, the package is just packet is just crazy cool. So this is like the once again networking stuff, right? So this is networking stuff, which is definitely beyond. I mean, definitely at this point, my brain. But this is what was an issue before. Now, we basically just take the same thing here from this guy. So where is this? Does he not have this overridden? There it is. This.get shooter spawn object packet. It should just be the same thing in the abstract arrow entity. Like it does. This doesn't really make any sense, if I'm honest. But I don't know. Maybe it needs to be fired from the same class to somehow be, you know, something. So this is S here means that this is like spawned on the server, or this is fired from the server. I actually don't know if this is like then being delivered to the client, and that's why this doesn't happen. But also the question is, where would this be? Entity ID. Then the question comes in, where is the like renderer called? You know, if at all. As the iClient playNet handler. And then we're getting to the crazy stuff. Read. So this is basically, if I'm not mistaken, what the player reads. Entity type get. So it's gonna get the entity type and just all of the stuff here. Handle spawn object. Maybe. Let's try this. Let's override this. Let's try it. Let's see if that might just work. Who knows? Oh. My pillow. I just don't see why that would be the case, but I've seen crazier, so it's not like that's why would that not work? So weird. Very weird. Hey. So there's nothing. There's also nothing, like, there's nothing really happening as well. Like, we hear the sound, which I still think is really weird. The fact that there's sound, that's actually also one of those things. Well, this is an abstract arrow entity, so it is going to make the sound in here somewhere, probably. There it is, hit sound. No, it's not the hit sound, it's the other sound. Can you show the hitbox? Oh, that's actually like a really smart idea. Yes. The hitbox should be there. Because that is defined in right here in our mod entities, this guy. So we should see the hitbox. Also hitbox, arrow entity. What is the classification here? Miscellaneous, okay. I was on the right track with that. Sorry? Oh. Magic spell model. Null. Yeah, of course it's null at the moment. This didn't fire. Oh yeah, I know why it didn't fire before, because we didn't do debug. We did not do debug. Okay. How was it again that you can enable the hitboxes from the things? That was with like F3, F6 or something like that? Or it was something like that, right? F3B. Yeah, okay. I was just a little bit faster. Okay, just a sec. Let me get rid of this guy. Now nothing happens. Very interesting. That's weird. Like, break. Really, my dude? Not even drop? No, it does drop. It does seem to drop. Like, it's not, like, endless. No, it definitely drops. But there's, like, nothing there. That is the weirdest stuff. So weird. Huh. Okay. So just for the end here. It's pretty cool. Doesn't quite work. Let's do... Not null. No, wait a second. It wouldn't be easier. Am I getting this? No, I'm not. Damn. Am I getting this? Type dot cheap? Should be getting that back, right? More or less. On. The question is whether or not I can give it velocity. But if I can give it velocity, then we can shoot sheeps. Just for some lulz. This is just world. Rolled in. And then this is just the stack, and then we have a player, and then we have a let's player dot energy dot position, get position. And then we have a spawn reason dot triggered again. I mean, why not? And then we have a boolean, which is just going to be true. I still am not 100% sure what those booleans do. Let's just cast this to server world because we are on server anyway. And then this, oh, the spawn, but doesn't. Oh, it does return an entity. Let's go. Now we're talking. Can't. That's probably not a thing we can do in the entity. Probably only something we can do in the, That's a real shame, man. What a real shame. Okay. Probably something that happens in the, arrow. For this guy. Probably here. Nope. In the projectile then. Yeah, in the projectile. That actually does make sense that this has a method for that. But, you know. Just for the sake of argument, maybe? Like, for the sake of argument? Okay, that's like a little bit too... That's so dumb. Or we don't have an NEX. A little too much, I think. Really? Are we supposed to... I mean, it seems like a little bit too much. Just to fire a freaking sheep. Like, once. Seems like that's a little bit... Is that even 0? Is that even X? That... Sorry, projectile entity? It is X. No, it's not. At all. Rotation pitch is X. Whatever. Nah, it's too much. Nah. You need to eat tea now, but I've posted an image of the one so far. Okay, I will show that. Showcase. Damn. Look at that. Nitron Cat with the like crazy one. The bottom is crazy. That would be like insanely heavy though. But it looks great. It looks good. It is looking very nice. Okay, let's just get back to this one because otherwise it's going to be a little bit too much. So let's keep it at that for the time being. And then let's actually commit some stuff. We only changed 29 files, you know? That's pretty good. This is added. Man, I don't even know. Custom block model plus like crazy staff. Sure. That's a great commit message I've ever seen on GitHub desktop. Let me push this as well immediately. And then we have that on the GitHub as well. Let's go here and then let's go live stream 3. Create a new branch. And then we have that. Bam. And as per usual, of course, there it is. All of the code available under the MIT license once more. So easy lemon squeezy, I would say. And now, of course, I mean, I'm not 100% sure what exactly, like, I mean, there's also some other stuff, of course. You know, we've also done the, you know, the Herobrine's Furnace and the altar block. So there is definitely some more stuff in there. The magic spell, well, who knows? Maybe I'm gonna take a look at that in the future as well. But let's first of all actually give me the video suggestions. We've gotten through, like, look at this, right? This guy, done. Edit, done. This guy, done. Rotatable blocks, which is rotatable blocks was the with the multi-textures. That's what I meant with rotatable blocks. Weapon with custom 3D model, pretty much as well done, because that's the staff. It's not, you know, the most interesting, but it is a weapon as a 3D model, basically. What else do we have? So I'm gonna put that one a little bit higher up. The 5x5 crafting table. I actually think that that's a really interesting thing. Apart from that, we got fluid containers and tile entities. Man, a few of those things I'm kind of dreading. What else do we have? End nether biomes. That's too much. Make a custom village. No, okay, that's a villager. Okay, not a custom village. That's also a little. I've never done that before. So I think what we're gonna do is, I'll take a look at that, you know, again before Sunday. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do on Sunday, to be honest. I don't know yet. But I didn't think that we would get through that many stuff and also like things and also get so far into the crazy like staffs. That's insane. Now, I actually have custom villager would be fun. Yeah, it would be great fun for me to absolutely die in what would you say? In desperation. Not knowing what to do. But I agree, a custom villager would be pretty cool because, well, I mean, it's definitely asked for. For us, not for you. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, what I do for entertainment, right? Or, you know, it would be great fun for me to absolutely die. It would definitely get the views. Let's be honest about that one. You know, me starting to tear my hair out at the side of the villager code because, you know, let's just, I mean, come on, it's crazy. Villager baby sensor, villager entity. Can we start with this? That's just 953, you know, lines long. Come on, man, that's not an issue. Look, 953 lines. Come on, and that's just the entity. You just extend from the abstract villager entity, which is only 263 lines long. Come on, it just works. Like that, bam, and then it works. No, that's gonna be some other day. When I'm like really motivated. Before that, we're probably gonna do a 5x5 crafting table. I kinda like that. It's, I mean, fairly easy. Not easy, but like it's fairly easy. Man, and then I'm really starting to run out of semi-easy stuff for the live streams. You know, my secret was that I've used some more like easier stuff. By some other day, he means some other year. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. If I'm really like doing streaming 3 times a week, man, then we're getting through stuff so fast that it's gonna take a long time, but it's still gonna be this year. Well, whatever the case may be, that is definitely done. And now I actually wanted to show you something else. So the first thing that we're gonna do is I'm going to change the stuff here. If it lets me, this is gonna be. Can I reload that quickly? Yes, I can. Edit stream info. So we're done. How about daily? Daily streams? Very unlikely. Man, very unlikely. I mean, I feel like 3 times a week is pretty good already. But yeah, maybe. Let me quickly think about this. This is like making it's battle for us. Okay. And then I'm gonna change this to. What's that called? Like, yeah, wait, super. There it is. Okay. I actually want to show you the following. I don't know if you already know this game or not or whatever, but I actually am, semi-addicted to it. Okay, would you start dreaming of code? I mean, I'm already dreaming of code, if I'm absolutely honest, so let me, I guess, turn this off, because the sound here should be fine. Let's just make this a little bit, like, less. There you go. Okay, so, Super Auto Pets, genuinely, it's such a good game. I really like it. It's actually free on Steam, which is even better. Let me... Yeah, of course. We went from code to gaming. What else would you expect, man? That's the only thing that we can do. I want to show you this. It is... First of all, it's really cute. And second of all, it's just really funny. So, it's sort of an auto battler. Yes, exactly. And you have some gold, you can buy some stuff, and you can all of those are basically animals, and they all have different, cool things. So the mosquito, for example, damages a random enemy at the start of the battle. The pig, if you get that, you can sell it for an extra gold. Then we can also, for example, add some honey to, something, and then it will spawn a bee when the actual, when the pig or the mosquito faints. But we're gonna add this because that's probably gonna beat anything. Name your team. We are the Withering Buttocks. Sure. Okay, so now the Withering Buttocks versus the Boring Eyes. Okay. Done. Oh, that's not good. Okay, we have lost. There you go. But we have 4 lives, so this is basically going the way. And then we have new shop. We can add some new stuff here. So the fish is pretty good. The otter is actually also good because it gives a random friend a +1/+1. So we're going to get this otter. And then it's going to buff up the mosquito. And then we're going to get another otter, which is going to, buff up the pig. That's fine. Then we're going to re-roll the shop here. And we can also level up our stuff. So I could, for example, buy this mosquito. And I can put it on this mosquito. And then it's going to be a 4/4. And it's like 1 tick closer to a level 2. So now we're going to say, let's battle again. And let's see what's going to happen here. So we have a 4/4 pig. Okay, fair enough. That's going to be done. We might not survive because this one damages everything by 2. So it's a draw. Well, I mean, at least something, I guess. Okay, so the peacock, I actually really like the peacock. If the peacock gets damaged, it gains 2 attack. This can be really freaking strong. I think that let's just buff up the mosquito a little bit. I think re-rolling. We could get a hedgehog as well, because the hedgehog really is like, when you put it at last, it just at least maybe gets you to a draw instead of a loss, which is, sometimes a good thing. Or we could sell the 2 pigs to get 4 gold out of it. Although this one is a little bit beefed up. That's actually... No, I don't think that any of that makes sense. Let's actually get another mosquito. So now we're actually dealing 2 damage to a random enemy. And now we could also get the snail. I don't like the snail. The snail just doesn't seem sensible. I could add the 2. So what I will do is I will put the 2 otters together. I'll get the other otter, which is going to be that otter, and then I'm going to make a level 2 otter, which is now going to be a 4/5, and we also have this guy, which is going to give the friend behind it +1 on her, +1/+2 on hurt. So we can also, you know, click on those and freeze them, so that when the chop re-rolls again, then the rest is basically re-rolled, and this one is not re-rolled. I think that the camel might work with something. Let's just see if this setup is gonna, you know, work. I doubt it, but we're gonna see. The flamingo. Oh man, we actually got the otter. That's really good. This guy's gonna go. Oh, we win. Let's go. Oh no, the badger. The badger. Okay, well, it's a draw again. So draw is actually totally fine. The elephant is also really good, especially the camel-elephant combo, because the elephant, before it attacks, it actually damages the unit behind it. So what I think I will do is I will sell this pig. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to put the elephant in front. Then I'm going to get the camel here. The elephant, every time it's going to attack, is going to hurt the camel, which is then going to increase the attack and life of the mosquito. That's really good. Now the real question is, what else can we get? We could buff up the elephant or the camel a little bit. Might not be the worst idea. Let's get the elephant up a little bit, and let's see if I can get something else here. Okay, so nothing really interesting to me. Let's just end turn and see if that combo works. Oh no, the pig has some extra attack. That's like really bad actually, because that just means that it's yeah, it's basically just gone. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But we have a pretty buff mosquito, which is actually going to mean that we are going to win. Nice. Well, this time the mother. It's a draw again. Draw again. But the draw, once again, is not the worst thing ever. So the giraffe, that's also an interesting one. Peacock also on hurt gains 2 attack. This is also a great combo with the elephant. Especially if we were to have an elephant too, because then it would actually hurt the 2 behind it. And this one is for summoning. That really is not worth it. I actually don't like any of those. Although I would say that I kind of like to sell the pig. This one's also pretty good. On hurt, deals 2 damage. The badger, what does that do? Deal attack damage to adjacent animals. Okay. I think that what we should do is we should beef up the elephant here in front with this, with the, you know, the bone attack, because that's gonna deal 5 more damage then. Let's gamble on this. That's like literally the worst ones it could have picked, but fair enough, I guess. We also have the sheep. Kind of don't want to change this. Let's freeze the meat, and let's see. Yeah, that's gonna be okay. Let's see. Hopefully, next time we're gonna be. We've literally not won once, so that's always great to see. Okay, that was a huge hit, actually. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, then it's gonna... Yes, that's great, because now we actually have an 8-10 there. The whale is gonna spawn the thing that it ate. Then this guy is gonna spawn 2 rams. Doesn't matter. That's a draw again. Well, I mean... that's so funny. The fact that we keep drawing is really freaking funny. I kind of want to... this game looks cool. I genuinely, it's really nice. Super Auto Pets, like I said, it's completely free on Steam. I don't know. It kind of, you know, you got draws 4 times in a row. Yeah, I know. I don't know what is going on, man. It's really, it's freaking crazy. Okay, so we're definitely gonna get this elephant up here. I actually kind of think we should sell the pig. And then garlic armor. We're gonna put that on the freaking mosquito. And then reroll again. Oh, the turtle is amazing. The turtle, when it faints, it gives the friend behind it melon armor. And melon armor is completely broken. You basically take 20 damage less. It's basically almost an invincibility for 1 round. Or for 1 attack. That's really good. So I'm going to freeze the turtle, and I'm going to reroll again. I definitely have not gotten what I wanted. Now we have 1 friend less, sadly. But... okay, Okay, let's just go with this. Let's hopefully hope that the melon armor is enough. Oh, this does not look good. Okay, let's see. How does that look? Okay, that's good. And then this, oh my god, 11-7. That is good thing that this guy was a little bit stronger. But I'm actually fairly confident that we will come out ahead on this one. Yes, we will. Let's go. Okay, let's go. We actually have the first victory. Let's go. We only need to win 10 times, so no worries. Okay, so now I actually think that I want to give the... So we need something like strong in the back, right? So the otter is definitely not the strongest thing that we give melon armor, but that's okay. We can still shift a little bit later, but I really want the turtle. And we could give the pair to the otter and just say, frick it, we're going to go with the otter. But I actually think making the camel a little bit stronger, because this is going to get damaged every time from the elephant. You could also put that on the elephant. The deer is also very interesting. The deer, once it dies, it spawns a bus. This is so ridiculous when you actually explain that. When the deer faints, it spawns a 5/5 bus with splash attack. And splash attack actually damages, as you can see, the second enemy as well, which is freaking really good. But I actually don't think that the deer in this combo makes sense. Oh, 2 turtles! We could get... And then a honey pot as well. I'm gonna... Oh, no, but the melon armor would override that, though. Damn, that's a shame. I could, though, put that on the turtle. Okay, let's just keep it like that. Let's re-roll again. Okay, the canned food is absolutely amazing. When you buy that, all the current and future shop animals get +2/+2. That's, like, always a freeze right there. And then we have another turtle. We can't buy that much anyway, so no worries. Let's just get the next one going. Let's see. So that's actually great. The cricket hit was good. Okay, oh no. The freaking dog here is really strong. And that's not good, because when the spider faints, it's actually going to spawn another animal as well, which is going to be a bee and a... Like, the dog back there is just freaking nuts, dude. Oh, I actually think we might be able to get it. No, we won't. Melon armor, but it's not enough, sadly. Damn it! It was not enough. But that's a... 2 canned food! Oh my god, this is like an investment in the future. Look at this. Now we have insane animals here. Let's take the turtle. Let's re-roll. And let's go, let's continue. So the turtle, I believe, on level 2 is actually going to give the animals 2 behind it. Oh my god, what is this squad, man? Knockout, deal 4 damage. This is going to knock me out, sadly, which is going to give him damage. Oh, it's also going to damage him. Okay, fair enough. Oh, this does not look good. This does not bode well. Melon armor. Yeah, 1 life! It was 1 life! Okay, well. That sometimes happens. Man, okay, so now let's get the turtle too, so that... Oh my god. Get a dragon, though. We could get a dragon, man. But my tier 1 animal give all friends +1/+1. It's just not worth it, though. Like, I would get rid of my otter, but not for the dragon, man. So this is now when the turtle faints. It's going to give the mosquito and the otter melon armor. But we definitely need something better at the back there. Dude, a cow is so good as well. You know, get rid of the otter, get the cow, which is going to replace this with milk, which is free, and you can give 1 animal a 2/2. So let's make this, you know, elephant go freaking nuts. Let's get rid of the freeze on this guy. Shark is also so good, dude. Put the dog at the back. Well, the dog at the back only gains armor and, or rather, attack and health when a friend is summoned, and we don't really have any summons in this, so nothing here summons anything. Chili as well would be really good as well. Yeah, it's totally fine. There's like a little bit. There's so many things in here. I also not have gotten used to all of them. So I'm like thinking about probably the. It doesn't really makes that much sense, but get the chili here. I really also like the arcs, which when the friend ahead faints, it gets melon armor and +2 attack. So this can also get really strong. Let's re-roll one more time and let's see. The hippo is also pretty good at the very front. Let's just try this. Let's just try this. If I die, then the round is over and we have to start another round. So this is of course absolutely terrible, right? A 20-20 is just like absolutely crazy there. So luckily we've been able to defeat that, but now both of those get melon armor, and the melon armor actually saved us. Ooh, okay, so that's the second win, which is really funny because we're so far like into the game already. We have also already played like 10 rounds, so good. First thing, obviously this guy. Now, the thing is that maybe that was not the best idea, because of course now it's going to damage the 2 behind it. But what we can do now is we can sell the cow, and now look at this, right? So now we can get the blowfish in here. Now this is going to be interesting. I actually want to change this up. I think what we're going to do is we're going to put the turtle at the front. Now hear me out. When the turtle dies, it's going to give melon armor to the elephant and the camel. Then the elephant is going to attack, and each time it attacks, it damages both the camel and the blowfish, and the blowfish, when that gets damaged, damages a random enemy for 2. I think that makes sense. I think that that's what we should do. And then I also think that just give the frickin' blowfish some like garlic armor. And then let's see. Let's go freeze that guy. Let's go. Let's go. I think this is correct. This is exactly what we need. This is gonna... Yeah, come on, man. Let's go. Both they are gone. We got a whale. Frick the whale. Doesn't matter. Bam. Okay, so the melon armor actually saved the camel from the first damage, but it doesn't matter. It was still hurt. So the 2 rams. Oh, man. 7-7. That is craziness, dude. The turkey is really bad. But we still have this in the bag. Let's go. 3rd win. Only 1 life left, but okay. Now we actually... Oh, man, the cat. I think the first thing we need to do is use canned food, because that's going to make everything better. And then let's re-roll one more time. So the turkey... We don't have a turkey build. Like... The skunk reduce the highest health enemy by 33%. Might also be worth it. We could go for another canned food, but then we would have to take one of those guys. And I'm like... end turn, gain blue... If there is at least 1 level 3 friend. We don't have a level 3 friend just yet, sadly. So what I'm thinking is that maybe... What we could do is deal 4 damage to the first enemy. I'm thinking that getting rid of the mosquito, because it's just, it's just not good. So selling the mosquito, number 1. Number 2 is getting the canned food. And then the question comes in, did we just want to take the rhino or not? I'm going to freeze the rhino. Hippo is also really good. Let's re-roll once. There's another hippo, man. And there's also a crocodile, which is deals 7 damage to the last enemy. Would also be really good. And then the pizza is crazy good as well. Let's freeze that and freeze that. Let's re-roll one more time. Given extra life is also pretty good, because then the thing is going to come back. But I think what we're going to do is I'm going to take the... I'm going to take the hippo. I'm going to unfreeze the rhino, and then we can immediately get the hippo up to next level if we survive. I mean, sometimes it happens, sometimes doesn't. Let's see. It also does have that guy. Okay, knockout. I mean, this is great. Melon armor. I don't even care about the melon armor, man. It's totally fine. That's great, because now these guys have melon armor. There's no rhino that comes through my defenses. And then we're done. Easy. Look at this. With 3 animals, 4 wins. We're cruising through this. We have another elephant. Oh, the snake is also so good. Deal 5 damage to a random enemy when the enemy in the front attacks. But this is just not the thing that we have at the moment. So let's upgrade the hippo. I think that it makes sense maybe to... I don't think that... No. It would just increase this by like 1-1 or something like that. So getting the pizza. Totally fine. Rerolling once. Let's see. Another canned food. My dude, we gotta get the canned food. It doesn't matter. If this is like... And then the bone attack we're gonna save for the hippo for next turn. If we survive, once again. Let's hope that it does. Oh, this means pay to win. So they've actually paid for the expansion $5. Oh no. This is just not good. Okay, the turtle just doesn't matter. Melon armor. At least we're gonna get rid of that guy. No, we didn't, because he has garlic armor on. No! We're gonna lose this guy. We're gonna lose this gun. Yeah, look at this. 23 fucking peacock, man. Well. Game over. There it is, man. GG. 20 points. You have earned 20 points. Yeah, and then basically, you just start another round. And then you start with the level 1s again. I really like this game. I think it's freaking amazing. I don't know. First of all, I really like the cute aesthetic. And then it's also just really funny. So, this could be like a feint sort of run. So, when the cricket faints, it summons a 1-1 cricket. And when the ant faints, it gives a random friend +2/+1. So, we could do something like this. And then, for example, give this guy, you know, like this guy. Wait. Yes. Home. Yes. I'm waiting. Oh no. I'm still waiting. You can have transparent textures in Blockbench. Yes, you can. That is correct. I had that. Unwashed sausages. Wash your sausage. Okay. The unwashed sausages. That's very cool. It is pretty cool. Okay, so we have literally just lost immediately, so that's always great to see. I mean, the first one is the first one, you know. That tends to happen. Also, I should have probably given the apple to the cricket, if I'm absolutely honest with you. But what we're gonna do now is all sell. What is this? I don't want sell stuff. Let's keep that guy. Let's get another cricket going. Fish, no. We have literally just lost. That's just great. Yeah, it's just, I mean, sometimes I say stuff with a little bit of a sarcastic undertone, which doesn't quite... Oh, what is this squad? What is this squad? How are they able to have a squad like that in freaking round 2? The Creamy Bagels. What have you done, Creamy Bagels? That's nuts. I'm gonna get the hedgehog just to annoy everyone, and I'm gonna give it honey. And then we're gonna unfreeze that honey, and then we're gonna get the dog. Oh, we're gonna get the dog. And the dog is gonna be craziness. Give +1 until the end of battle. No, we're gonna get the dog. And the dog is gonna go freaking nuts, because we have 2 crickets, and they're gonna spawn 2 crickets, and then it's just gonna be craziness. Okay, this is gonna be a win, and if it's not, then... I mean, then it's pretty much over anyway, so... And then the dog gets some stuff, and then the cricket dies, and then the dog gets some stuff again. You know, the freaking... Like, why would I even do that? I mean, it's a draw, but... the placement of the hedgehog is really dumb. That's... should go there. Okay, let's get some meat on the dog. Continue. Cock, nah. That's ridiculous. Let's not do that. Let's get a... I mean, no, it doesn't... Let's get another cricket going. Elephant. That just doesn't make any sense at all in this build. Just makes no sense. Make the ant stronger. It doesn't matter. I don't have what I'm looking for anyway. Once again, we've, like, lost so many times, and we've... I mean, 7/7 pig in the front. Then the kangaroo comes out, which is just gonna annihilate everything. And then again. No, you mother, you piece. It's a draw, though. The bee! The bee! Oh, man, the bee actually saved us. Now, can we get, I mean, a blowfish? See, they had a blowfish already. Freaking craziness. Garlic armor. I don't want a blowfish. I want Abbott. They hacked the game. I just don't. That kangaroo is also really good. But I kind of want like stuff that like I want things that spawn stuff. I want a sheep. Where's the sheep? Melon armor. Give me melon armor. Also give me sheep. I want a sheep. Ugh. Freeze the salad. Get some frozen salad. Okay, let's see. So, that's literally the worst thing that could happen. It's just absolutely just terrible. Just melon armor on the dog. Well, you know, that's just... Oh man, that's way too strong. Wah, wah, wah. We've not won once again. I don't think there's any sheep coming for us. There's no sheep coming to save us. At this point, let's just do, you know, PS. Okay, the elephant just took at least 2 of our pets. That's what I mean, like, it's craziness. Sometimes people are just mad. Mad with power and lust to win this game. At what cost? Look at them. And that's gonna spawn a freaking bee? Okay, sure. Whatever. Well, I mean, at least the cricket that spawned, you know, is gonna save it. Melon armor. It's gonna be a draw again, man. You know, the fact that we have so many... There's a freaking sheep, man. There's a freaking sheep. Been looking for that sheep the entire time, man. Now it's there. Get rid of the freaking thing here. Get me the sheep. Nah, exactly. Now we're gonna keep the cricket. I want stuff that spawns. Man, we need a fly. That is what we need. The fly is insanely overpowered, man. Let's just get the cricket more stuff. I mean, it's like, it's a lost run anyway. But whatever. Oh man, the whale with the sheep is so good though. But melon armor. I literally just gave the cricket stuff. Cricket. Let's get rid of the ant. Let's get this guy in here. Let's save the whale. Save the whales. Save the... Okay, let's go. Let's try this. What the hell? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We could lose. You know, the fact that he ate the rhino is actually nuts. What is that? Knockout? What? The knockout stacks for the 8 damage? I mean, it's literally just over, dude. Did you see that freaking rhino, man? What the fuck? Dude, is there a rhino or like an expansion thing? Or is the rhino in the standard? We saw a rhino before, right? I just didn't take it. That's the rhino. 5, 6. Dude, that's nuts. When the rhino defeats an enemy, it literally damages the enemy that comes after that by either 4, 8, or 12. But if that kills the enemy, it gets to do it again, because that counts as a knockout. Dude, that's crazy. That's insane. We're gonna play one more round, in the hopes that we can win at least a few rounds here. Okay, so let's do the following. Let's get... The fish is really good with a 2-3, so we're going to get that first. Then we're going to get the otter, which is going to upgrade the fish. And then we're going to give the fish the apple. With, yeah, only maxed out rhinos. That would be freaking crazy, dude. That would be insane. I'm okay with that. Let's just start with the flopping pencils. The naming part is it's so dumb, but I love it. Okay, let's see. What can we expect here? That's great. Yes! Victory! Yeah. Okay. Okay, first victory. That's good. That's great. Now, the question is, how do we proceed? I really want to reroll. Man, the horses just don't sense at all. I could buy another otter, hoping that it hits the fish. The 50-50. Or we could reroll again and... Well, I mean, I need to reroll again anyway. Oh man, the duck. Gonna give sharp animals +1/+1. So, make this guy better. Reroll again. There's just nothing there, right? So, like, honey, sure. Just to, you know... Sure, let's get honey here, and then let's see. The rest doesn't interest me. Just so that we get a bee, so when the otter actually dies, we get a bee out of it. See, once again, this is a crazy frickin' stuff, right? Like, we get a bee out of it, done. Like, it really was just, we had very bad luck on the draw here. I don't actually think that, no, actually, upgrading the fish makes sense. That was so fast. Yeah, well, I'm gonna make this a little bit slower next time. Let's get the elephant in as well, because the elephant is just good. And then let's get a... I don't like any of those, but we're gonna get the swan just to have some more power here. Just so that we get some, you know, damage out there. Okay, now we're gonna make this a little bit slower. Okay, I mean, this is working great, right? Now, we've just run through this. The flopping shirts, my guys, it's just not, you know, come on, man. It's gonna draw, actually, funnily enough. But a draw, always better than a loss. I take a draw. Yeah, and then we also, because of the swan, starting a new turn. So in here, we get a nice little bonus. Do you know if there's a way to make a model bigger in Blockbench? I made mine way too small. I actually don't. Well, it depends. Like when you have it in the hand, or what exactly do you mean? We're gonna give the fish the stuff here, and give 2 friends behind it +1/+1. Could like put the flamingo here. For the time being, at least. Peacock would be so good now, though. Oh, what a bad buy here. Actually, though, get rid of the swan. Put the peacock in there. Like a 1/5 of a block. Well, if I just switch to this just really quickly, you can go, like, if you you made this a block model, right? Like this. You can go to display up here and change it how it looks in the hand and stuff with scale here. So that would work. Maybe that already answers the question. Let's save the fish here. Yeah, that was I was doing. Oh. I don't know. It's not sure. Flopping pencils, let's go. Against the bear bagpipes. Look, we're punching our way through. Now he has a fish. A 7/7 fish. That's not good at all, man. Yeah, that's just terrible, man. A loss again? You have 3 animals. Let's upgrade the fish. Everyone gets an upgrade. That's what you want to see. Summon chicks with the same attack as this. Nah. An elephant? A whale? An ox. I really like the ox. I think I overvalue the ox, to be honest. Get rid of the otter, add an ox. I really do like the ox. I'm not gonna lie. Give the elephant some garlic armor as well. Let's freeze the peacock. And let's go. Let's go. We're gonna crush you. We're not gonna crush them. Oh no. Oh, this is just a terrible beginning, man. And that's gonna spit out an ant. We have melon armor though. And this is just absolutely terrible. The freaking peacock is gonna destroy us. It's gonna be a... No, it's gonna be a draw. Damn it! Just because... It's not gonna be a draw. Wait, what? Oh, he had garlic armor on. The garlic armor. Yeah, that one just screwed me over. Get the peacock leveled up. We got nothing, man. We just got nothing. It's just absolutely terrible. Like, there's just nothing. I just hate all of this, man. Just all terrible. Upgrade something. Just go. Just fight. Man. It's not going our way. Let's make this fast. I don't want to see this travesty. Look at this. And then he's gonna freaking live as well. The camel, man. Not even the melon armor could save him. How the... Chat, how the fuck is that? How is that a 1914? How is that a 1914? What the fuck? You piece. 5 points? Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. Well, whatever the case may be, I think that's enough for me for the time being. Let me quickly go right here. There you go. So the chat here works great, by the way. Wait, does that not work because it's... Yeah, I don't know. Always great, isn't it? I don't know why it doesn't work. Well, we're gonna figure that one out at a later date. And let me actually also close this so that the music stops. I can change the music to this one again. There we go. Well, chat, that was a interesting live stream, I gotta be honest. So we actually did some pretty cool things, all things considered. And yeah, I mean the staff, the magic spell, actually I got way further than I expected, to be honest. So that's pretty cool. Don't forget that I now have the VOD channel. So this is, once again, I will post this one more time, just so that everyone really has that, if they have missed it, possibly. This is now the VOD channel. I will also add a new command, probably. It's not yet in there, but it's going to be like exclamation point VODs, which is then also going to get that up. And yeah, so that would be it for the time being. That is almost done. Okay, good to know, Nitron Cat. I will keep that in mind. I don't know. So next stream is going to be on Sunday. However, I will probably post. I'm not sure if it's going to be the same time because I might be gone on Sunday for a bit longer than I anticipated, but I probably can manage. So it's probably going to be same time again, 3 p.m. EST, I guess, Central European Standard Time, or 1 p.m. UTC, that would be. And we're going to see what we're going to do. I don't know yet. Probably just chill a little bit, try out a few things. I think that the 5x5 crafting table is the first thing that we're going to do. And yeah, but for the time being, that would be it for this live stream right here. I hope you found this useful and you learned something new. If you did, I would of course appreciate a follow and all those things that you can do. And I'll see you next stream. So yeah.